Hello and willkommen in High Road, dreamers, where the village of Tordahn prepares for an imminent assault by the
Oh,
Bone Chalk Pride, a group of orcish raiders. Uh, Joining us today are, of course, our lovely players. If you'd like to influence the course of events, you may um, do so by giving channel points with a dangerous to go alone for 2,000 to any of the player characters. Just do it their name. I'll give them an Ivor insight that helps them out in that moment. Alternatively, if you would prefer, you can scroll onto the about section, click the money honey button, and to the left of this main screen, you will see there is a wild magic surge bar. It goes up when the money goes in that pot when it reaches $50 on this or any stream because it carries forward. There will be a Wild Magic Surge or similar game altering event. We've had lots of wild stuff go on. People hop into spell books and all sorts of other crazy things. So keep that in mind. Last time on was basically they took out some scouts, they talked about the situation, and they began preparing. Over the week, off stream, there has been some discussion of what's going to happen. The players are going to finalize their plans with the leaders of the town, and we're going to just basically step through montage style from event to event. We're not going to linger on like every hour between now and the attack, but we're going to have some time for the build up. And then I expect by the end of the night, there's going to be some fucking blood on these fields. So, without further ado, I turn it over to our gamers as I fix the cameras.
Um, Speaking of every hour though, Lonnie does want to perform the ritual every hour. I don't know how long it's been since.
Yeah, so you want to basically be like constantly like delving with the eye. Um, yeah,
Until I find out their location, yeah.
sure.
Unless there's like negative ramifications for trying to do it this often, because I have
Well,
not done that before.
you've had some ramifications, but they haven't necessarily been like debilitating. I would say to represent multiple attempts in the time taken, roll me those two checks at advantage to basically see how you do for the first bit of this day.
Okay. Mm,
You?
try to not pull out any of my character sheets. Oh God, why do I have the
I
first roll of the day?
I believe in you, Casey.
We
You can do
believe you,
this.
Casey.
Even though your last few times you've done this, yeah, that seems about right.
Damn.
God damn.
The second one was good. I don't know how.
Yeah, so you
First
dive.
one's more important.
Unfortunately, the first one is more important. So you try and project yourself through the eye, and you seep out towards it. You see the river. The river dominates your mind's eye again, but you do feel the land. You see the curve of it, the dust rolling down the crags and the hills, the army looming down. You can see them, and you get a sense. You get a sense that they are probably like as the crow flies, maybe, or maybe as somebody walks. Like you feel like through the air, perhaps a day, but through the winding of the hills, maybe two. Is what the wisdom tells you as you process what your eye gives you, even though you only see bits and pieces as it flits around. A blue glow bulging up from under the eye patch.
So we'll at least have a day at least. So
Yeah, it looks like at least a day, maybe two.
okay.
Particularly given the difficulty of the terrain, because they're having to take winding hillside paths.
So some ideas. So I think majority voted to stay on this hill, right?
Yes.
Didn't really vote, but yeah.
I mean, Zafia
I
and
thought
Alton
they
Hilda expressed a desire to keep it here, but in terms of the players, I don't know. Like,
They're not important. I thought Shin voted for here. I voted for there for the other hill.
Out of character, yes. I thought that we should stay on the main hill with like the buildings of significance. But Orochi hasn't particularly voiced
Yeah.
any either direction.
Well, we're kind of like discussing all of this now because I just for sake of time I thought.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I just wasn't sure if we're in character discussing.
right. So like I would say at around this point, you guys probably hear banging and meet up around the catapult being constructed, and you are now free to, despite some gawking eyes, more or less talk freely without worry about like the various people of the village hearing precisely what you're saying because they're assuming you're just discussing catapult construction.
Good question.
Yes.
What are these terrains?
Fields. Particularly semi-irrigated, regressed fields intended to like let water in and out via sluiceway, and be flooded by a rising river tide.
Huh. Then how close it is? How close is it to here?
400 feet.
Assume that those numbers are true.
Well, I can't.
It's
It's like
400.
they're half, so I guess like 200 then.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean like, you mean like from here to like the way up?
Yeah.
Um,
I can't flood any of these, can I? No.
I
Okay.
would say each box is a 400 by 400.
yeah.
Going from the center of one box to center of another box.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's a
Okay.
loosey-goosey situation, but I will say there might be a point near, like, the foot of this approach up that is 100 feet away from an irrigation channel. Is that what are you trying to, like, figure out a
I wanted
range?
to flood the whole thing, but that's not possible, it seems. Okay.
Well, just using the spell, no, but if you might be. I would say, for convenience' sake, I would say it's clear to you, right, that like they dug these irrigation channels and they set these farm fields, and like extending them, even if suboptimal, is not theoretically impossible. Also, hey Lena.
I mean, the other thing is like, unless it's really worth it, this is a concentration spell, so like this would kind of put me out of battle's way to be able to keep it up. So yeah, it's fine. Besides, I think I have another concentration spell I want to use anyways. Damn, I sent you the thing, right? I sent you the screenshot of the creature.
Yes, you did.
Okay,
The mean
cool.
lock. So I know what it does, and yeah, you could absolutely hide it somewhere and have it fuck with the enemy.
Oh right, that is what I sent Lumi off to do, to go look for a couple shaded areas where it could like hide out
Give me
in the battlefield.
Give me a survival. Well,
Jeez.
well, Lumi, generally speaking, finds that there's lots of grass, and the mean lock is probably not going to hide there, but there are two areas which, regardless of the quality of the test, you would be aware of. 1, the orchard. 2, the treed area where you found the enemy scouts, and is a somewhat natural approach for somebody wanting any amount of cover coming up from the southwest. You can imagine that they will at some point bypass either. They're not bound to. In theory, they could come up from the east and, like, say, hit this hill from here or whatever, but assuming this red line does bear out to be true, they'll pass by both if you place it either somewhere in these trees or somewhere in these trees. And for at least that period, the mean lock will be able to wreak havoc on them. You suspect that the longer they spend in the mean lock's area, both the worse it'll get for the Chalkbone Pride, and the more likely they are to figure out something's fucky and discover its position.
The orchard, since I saw it, do I remember, like, if the trees do provide enough shade for, like, a small creature to be enshrouded in darkness?
It's not like a perfectly flat orchard area. There is sort of like a bit of like a rill and hill to it, and in the shade, particularly of like a tool shed.
Oh, I'm
and
thinking of like in the
orchards.
treetops.
You mean like up in one of them?
Yeah.
I mean they are fully grown apple trees. They you could stuff a mean lock just up in the tree position there. Yes.
Okay. Because the Minoc can like teleport from tree to tree. I think. I'm pretty
As
sure.
long as it's in the shadow, yeah.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
think. I don't
so
think it has
there's
to be in line of sight.
So there's a shaded position in all of those trees. If they started to be suspected, they could hop tree to tree. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I mean, they are like orchard trees cultivated to a certain extent, so it's not going to be as good as the cover is in a wood. However, the orchard is a place they're a lot more likely to. They're more guaranteed to be near, in a sense.
The orchard trees are like are pretty close to each other, right? Like within like 30 feet.
Yeah. Absolutely,
Cool.
absolutely
Okay.
within that range, very uniformly.
Okay, that's probably where I'm gonna plant the little guy then. Um.
I need to get gold, not silver. Thank you, Lena. I'm going for the DM Olympics. We'll hit platinum.
That entail exactly. Curious.
So yeah, I'm kind of honestly thinking of like I don't know, having like a normal wall in this one, and then if they breach that wall, then we can have someone use the firewall, and if they decide to go to the firewall, then we can use the wind one to push them back into it.
Mm-hmm. I like that idea actually. Hopefully they all come through the front. Or through
And
one
then-
entrance.
And there was also an idea to like use some of the logs to just roll down to try to push them back into the fire.
Playing Stronghold.
Yes. Log traps.
Oh crap! Oh crap!
Where are we gonna try to fight the?
Where is the fuck gang happening? Fuck gang violence happening.
That's gonna depend on where you guys are and where the enemies are. You're not. So like, he's technically speaking. You suspect he will seek out like the strongest warriors to take them fuck gang on fuck gang. He's not necessarily like doing it because of the same reason people do in a regular pitched battle, but you can expect him to come face you if he doesn't have anything else to do. As far as you know, he doesn't. Unless he has some way of knowing exactly where Shizuda is, and he's really chasing her in particular. But if he did, other things like him showing to Wallbridge late don't make sense.
Well, it's also like we do have some influence over like where this battle can happen.
Yeah.
Cause like I could like try minor illusioning like an anorak or something in the distance and stuff like that. So like, where do we think we want to have this?
Somewhere around, like having us
Wanna
around
get closer
here.
to the water?
Because I also think that like if wherever we
Could-
have the battle is might deter the others from going near there.
At least what I
Then
think.
let's go
is
on
that-
the let's go on then near the water. That way, if it deters other people from going near it, it'll also block away that entryway.
Also, that bridge is just like permanently set there, right? There's no way to raise or lower it. I presume.
The bridge.
Yeah.
It is it's a wooden structure.
Structures can be drawbridges.
It's not a drawbridge.
Okay.
You could. I mean, technically speaking, you could just fuck it up if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
But yeah, no. Technically speaking, there's no way to remove it. It is tall enough that riverboats can go under it.
So just for reference, which entryways are we able? Which two entryways are we able to block off?
On this big place.
Yeah.
Okay. The ones that are just considered like blockable are this one. Badoop, badoop,
Oh, I was gonna do the exact same thing.
and this one. Badoop, badoop, So these are the 3 that would be remaining open. On this one right here, the northern approach is considered blockable, and the other 2 are considered unblockable. I mean, you can still do stuff to block them, to be clear, but I just mean, like, in terms of the villagers' plans to pile, like, cart and junk in the path, right? That's what they'll be able to take care of. So, and the northern one, neither of the hill approaches are particularly blockable. So, all 3 hills have minimum 2 entrances up that are going to need to be defended and firewalled to some extent if you want to hold on a given hill.
So, one, I guess 2 other things. One, are there any other allies that we can call? I know that there's like the Green Brand, the Rewalkers. I was like, do we want to accept their help? And also, because we have a day, do we know of any allies within a day's travel from here? I don't think so, but I'm just asking.
You know that there should be forces aligned with the rebellion presently at the Old Bailey. You know that
the Old Bailey was far.
The Old Bailey.
It's like a day and a half travel.
The Old Bailey is.
Oh, okay.
Is 4 hexes away downriver. So you could send someone there relatively quickly. You could have them there before the day is over. The question of the speed with which a force could reach you is a different question. But you could send someone downriver pretty quick. Additionally, you do know that there is an heir of Osor sheriff assigned to this western region with a squire, and you expect them to be coming by soon, and you might send someone to go get them sooner. They don't have like a full force with them, but they are an heir of Osor. They are well equipped, trained, and have minor paladin abilities, most likely.
Do we remember if there were like any boats or anything at the Old Bailey that could maybe help them get here faster, and like how many they could carry?
I don't think you've ever personally been to the Old Bailey, other than Crane Friend. Danger
Noodle.
Danger Noodle. I mean, like, you think that most of the river boats that the rebellion currently controls are busy taking resources to Radachi and taking resources from Radachi downriver to the front in Ash Pit. So it's unlikely that there is a swiftly transport an army amount of people, and even if there were, these are pole-tended river boats, and they have to come upriver to reach you. So if you were downriver, not that hard. Given that you're upriver, I mean, I won't say it's impossible by any means, but odds are good that if they just send people by boat, that's probably like a squad or 2 of people. And they would probably be actual soldiers, depending who's at the Old Bailey. I mean, the rebellion's kind of taking everyone. But, yeah, there's an amount. But that is an option. It's not like...
I think...
They could also... I mean, like, it's not the world's longest march. Conceivably, I mean, 20 miles on a fast pace, like, they could get the message tonight and arrive end of day tomorrow. That's not inconceivable if they decided to instantly send reinforcements.
Casey?
Yeah?
How many times can you cast Control Water?
3 times a day. But it's concentration, so I can't like have 3 effects up at the same time.
Yeah, no. But I don't think it's gonna be quite enough. My suggestion was gonna be for you to go down with whoever to get the message. They take a boat full of people and use Control Water to reverse the flow of the water. So you're
Control
effectively
water only lasts
okay.
for like an
Like-
hour, like I think it
I-
now. No.
It lasts for
hold on.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
So
Yeah,
for
that's
that
not
30
happening.
minutes,
That's not happening.
this boat-
intense-
That's not happening.
this boat can fly for 30 minutes.
that is some intense magic usage. Is that even possible?
I mean, control water is a really strong spell.
I can only control 100 feet of water, which is technically a lot of boats. Like 100 by 100 feet, which is technically you can fit a lot of boats in there. But
Well, I wasn't expecting more than one boat of people.
I don't think fitting
But-
boats is the problem. Things the distance traveled is the thing.
I just like I don't know how water physics works when only part of a river is reversed.
I mean,
You
You know,
you
I
I'm
have
pretty
a
cannot
sure
reverse
whirlpool of
the
clay.
whole river.
No. Yeah, you don't need to reverse the whole river though.
Yeah,
You
I
have
just
the boat
don't
go on
know
one side
if
of the
not
river and you-
reversing the whole river actually fucks it up.
It-
I feel like that would cause a
You'll
lot
have
of
whirlpool and
problems.
gouging effects, but I don't think we're gonna get into that
I
detail, right,
totally
Lee?
fuck over the environment. Yep.
I mean, you're
Yeah,
not gonna
that-
like
that seems like a
irreversibly
off-white.
there's gonna be a splish splash. I was taking a bath, like effect in the area, but it's not gonna immediately rebound and fuck you if you want to use it to boost a boat.
I don't know how strong's that current.
I
But I
also,
mean-
Also-
That's a 20-mile boat ride. I don't think that you have control water that's gonna get you 20 miles, do you?
no.
Control
Also,
water
like,
the last 10 minutes. So we can do
I
it 3
want
times.
to
It's
be
not gonna
here
enough.
trying to work on the shrine.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm just putting out suggestions. Second question:
Oh yeah, go first.
do these boats go by wind power, or purely by oars? Can a boat have a? Do one of the boats reasonably have a mast?
No,
Where let's
they,
say
they,
someone
This-
that can control
they don't.
air.
They
wind
don't.
do you think you
These,
can blow?
these river boats do not have masts.
And this
I'm
is
at the-
why I think druids are like the most powerful class, because when you can find how to abuse their abilities and you have like a high enough level druid to actually be able to control the earth, control the wind, control the water, you can get really fucky with things.
So I'm at the level where I don't have to spend resources to do gust of wind every single round, as long as I'm close enough to the mast.
But
Wait, I
again,
don't have to be. I can be.
they don't have masts.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just explaining to Darren, like, mechanic-wise, there is nothing stopping me from doing this every round for the rest of my life. There are other reasons why I should not be doing this, but mechanic-wise, no reason why not. But no, okay.
That's interesting. All right.
Damn. I don't think we take any chance on Old Bailey. Like, if we
Yeah.
believe that this fight's gonna last more than a day, if this is gonna be a endurance fight,
Mm.
which we are gonna lose if it is an endurance siege,
Mm-hmm.
then we could call help from Old Bailey. But I think we reach out to the Reed Walkers.
Now the question is, what do we give them?
That's
want
something that we're gonna have to
something from the
ask
orchard.
Captain
want-
Zafia and
I think.
They want something with
What
the
if-
orchard, like
what
either
if-
like the orchard
they want
back
something
or something.
of significance from
want-
the
they
town.
want- I think they want
They-
some of the land back from the orchard.
Yeah, it's like
They-
the orchard seems like a sticking point for them.
They
Yeah.
also want a. I mean, yeah. So it's supposed to be a symbolic gift, and yeah, like everything else you said is correct. But yes, like it's not like you have to negotiate the agreement right now.
We're
but
not bribing them right now.
right,
Give
but
them-
Yeah, I
uh,
do think this is
give
gonna
them-
come down to a charisma check with like a couple high influencers at the village. Like,
No, this is what you do, right? You take an apple from, well, you get seeds from all the trees that you cut down, and you give them the seeds. Then you let them decide where they want to put these trees.
there's
'Cause it's their
probably
land
a
now.
Don't know if that would work.
no.
Oh,
But,
you don't like that
um,
idea? I thought it sounded nice.
Yeah, I think that is like they obviously don't want to do it, but it's just like we gotta make a compelling argument to get the village to do that. Like, do we
Compelling
want to
argument.
that route?
Well, they survive. I don't think you need any more compelling argument.
If it's a matter of survival, we fucking like leave the village.
It's for
No.
their survival, not for ours.
No, for like every. Like,
Oh.
like it's not a matter of survival. It's a matter of like what do they have after this is all done. Like,
Their
Speaking
homes.
of which, Lee, how many boats are at our disposal that's at the docks right now?
Riverboats that have not yet fucked off, including like. So there are boats that are basically canoes, and there are larger boats that have a wider bed.
Mm-hmm.
Two of the latter remain. In terms of canoes, perhaps approaching a dozen, but they're not centralized or publicly owned. They are stashed around, and
Yeah.
like nobody's taking a boat census.
I'm asking so that if we need to just do a full retreat where we are holding back both the fuck gang and the army and the villagers are just escaping. Do we have enough water vehicles to get people downriver to Old Bailey?
Not as many people as you need to. And I mean, some people, the moment they heard this, like packed up and left, but most people didn't because
honestly,
A
if it's
lot
a
of Phoenix covered
retreat,
too.
if it's a retreat, it's
also
get across the bridge and burn the bridge behind us. I think is the real thing.
yeah, that's gonna be the most immediate escape. Which will leave. I mean, the part of the town with the least houses will survive, but that is gonna be half of the fields and none of the orchards.
Yeah, that is
More
we
than
are
nothing.
abandoning this this town altogether. But
That is a point of no return for this town. This town's basically gonna be dead.
Yeah,
I mean,
Like, I don't
it's
think
more than
boats-
nothing, and some people will still have their houses, but
I don't think it's boats. Like, if we do need to do an emergency retreat, I think it's get across the bridge, defend the bridge, and burn the bridge behind us, or break it somehow.
mhm. It's worth noting that it will not be
Which-
easy to retreat down a blocked ramp off of the hill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you could also arrange to have all non-combatants already be north of the bridge.
Anyways, so yeah, I think two major decisions we need to come to is one: do we want to get the rig walkers to help?
I vote for yes on that one.
Harish, you would agree.
Yeah. And then, okay, so assuming if we can get the rewalkers, where should we place them? And like, how many were they offering?
I don't remember them giving us a number.
They didn't give a number. They said
But-
that
Okay.
if you gave a good symbolic gift, some of them would probably come help. That's more or less what the Reed Walker said.
They are purely mounted combatants, right? They're not necessarily
yeah.
magic users.
It's not that there are no Reed Walker magic users, but no. If you ask, they're not expecting a shaman to show up.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more so gonna be short bows riding on wolves and big spiders shooting, and then running the fuck away. Like they're skirmishers. They're
Are
not.
these
They're
big-
not
big
gonna
spiders?
commit.
Are these big spiders that could, climb up a 80-degree angle cliffside up to the hilltop?
They are, however, I feel like I'm pointing out a lot of things, but I don't want to gotcha on anything.
Mhm.
Bear in mind, while the spider mounts are more mobile, if they
Not
catch
as
a glimpse of the Kumo no Tsurugi, they might decide to peace out no matter what their rider tells them to do.
Okay.
That's fair.
I mean, I wasn't sure if these spiders like.
It's
So
not that they're
Anarax
intelligent. So, like, I don't think Orochi knows this, but, like, I'd say roll an Arcana if you want to know more about that, but let's just say
It's not part of anything that I would have come across.
I've said what I've said about it.
Just
But
be
yes,
careful.
you are correct in observing that parts of this hillside, which are difficult to get on, and, like, let me just show you a bit of hillside to, like, give you some reference, right? Like, yes, someone on a spider mount could be positioned along here and move much more easily than anyone else.
We
You only
can't
see a black screen.
Are you fucking kidding me? I didn't think that I thought that
Just
the
pop
lighting
in an
wasn't
eye real quick.
on. Yeah, I should just pop in an eye. It's just strange.
Instead
That's...
of messing with any settings.
God, I hit the plus mark and now there's another empty fucking... Aye.
Oh, there it is.
So, what were you trying to show us again?
This is just an example of some hillside.
Okay.
That you may be defending during this battle. So yeah, the spider mounts could go either side.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming this like northern part of the map is the plateau up above, and the southern part's down below.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the shadow is to indicate height ranges.
Okay.
Well, we should probably try to convince the village to ask for the wood dwellers' help before anything else.
Yeah. So, what
For
was
any
the
more
other?
planning. Where we want to fight or try to fight them, but that might depend on if we have the resource of the wood whalers or not.
So, Lee, if you don't mind getting us back to the other map.
Yeah.
I still think we should go to this valley, because that would attract their main force here. We could have the firewall here, and if we are standing here, there's less likely of a chance of them to get to the backside of town to here.
That's what I
So
was
this would
kinda
mean
thinking.
3 entrances will be more or less blocked off. I'm assuming some might get by, but there's not going to be a main force coming on from this backside.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking.
I do
sense.
see Darren's point of being over here, because then if we're over here and we do a full retreat, we just stay there and we can help people get out from this one entrance. But
Well, I'm also
I
kinda
mean-
thinking that like this particular spot, would also probably be easy for them to defend, because like they're in a small. If people do come here, they're in a very small, narrow, funneled place, comparatively. So like it'd be easier to hit them with stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that might just be easier for them to defend. Like the villagers defend, and that way like less people will be able to even get back here in the first place, and then we can maybe place the statue there with a couple people to help.
I think we keep the statue at the shrine.
I think if we fight them
no.
in this narrow way, they're not gonna go to the shrine at all. Like it's so
Yeah.
much distance to travel. Unless he has a reason to go to the shrine and
Which he
not
does.
fuck with us, I don't see him going there.
He
Mhm.
does have a reason to go to the shrine.
Yeah, but
What
I would
reason?
think we are a greater reason than the shrine.
Because at least based on Tento's information, we believe that the Shrine Maiden at this shrine has some capabilities with visiony dream things, and the Anorak believe that, you know, the Chalk White Pride?
Bone Shock Pride. Yep.
Bone Shock Pride.
Don't shout right.
You formerly known as.
Has 2 things: go after any Anorak, and go after any dream type things to get more high, to get more visions.
Well, that
And this would be one of them.
the reason why he's going after the anorak lady is because he saw her in a vision.
And she doesn't
But-
know how much information he has because of that vision.
But then why would he go to the shrine for that though?
Because that's where some visiony rituals happens.
So there
Does
is.
he know that?
We don't know if he knows that.
It's
but
not clear if he knows or to what extent he knows, other than like I believe there was a reference that he might have glimpsed something like it, but she wasn't sure exactly what he saw. But the shrine is it has unique properties, and if he knows about them, he could be interested in them. That's probably the sum total of what you guys.
Do we bank on him not knowing about it? Because if he does know about it, we know for sure this is something
Well,
he
I
would
mean,
want.
there's two things we could bet on.
Oh.
Then we can bank on him not knowing about it, or us being a greater threat than whatever he wants over there.
I think either way, like if we're placing ourselves here, like
Probably just give him more reason to like go over there.
yeah, and it's like we don't need to use one of our good resources protecting there if we're gonna be by the like one way to get across to the shrine. You know?
Yeah.
It's like we'll be able to see he's trying to head to the shrine and try to chase him down.
Would we? It's an interesting spot to be
And
at.
also, like, if he can send down pillars of light, I don't think the statue is gonna do much to actually be able to one-on-one him. Like, we're still gonna need to be there.
No, that statue is the greatest tank you'll ever know. What are you talking about?
But like, the
Why,
statue can't make judgments of like, oh, protect this, instead of protect the whole fucking shrine.
Yeah.
So like, I really think that the statue is gonna be better used elsewhere. Like a smaller area to have to defend, or like less things to have to defend. I think if he goes for the shrine, we'll see he's heading for the shrine and we can adjust then. But we shouldn't, like... It would take a while for anyone to get to the shrine.
It would take us longer though if we were on the other side. It'll take most of us longer.
Yeah, like, I think, like, Darren has a point where we defend the left side by the fields.
Shit back now? Okay, yeah. Yeah, and that way you can use control water or whatever your range is for.
Oh wait,
What
Shin
is-
left. Damn
yeah.
it.
What is the range for that spell?
It's 100. It's like 100 feet or something. I cannot get much past. Like on the map, I can't really get much past the.
Where you're in.
Yeah, and like, if I do it, I'm gonna lose the main lock, which they might be past the point where the main lock is gonna be effective anyways.
Is it to break concentration?
So yeah. So I can control water up to 300 feet away, but
Oh,
it's
wow.
I can only control up to like 100 feet on each side. Like that's the area. And I don't know if that's like I can move 100 feet of water 300 feet over or something or what. I'm gonna just pop the description. Like I don't know if I can essentially make my own mini pond
And like
from
drop
the river and just like
Yeah,
drop it
move
somewhere.
Yeah. Okay, that's an interesting point.
Like I don't know how to resolve like the range and like the amount of area I can control. Like if I move, like if I like move the water, because I can like change the direction of the flow. Like if I move it past 100, over 100 feet past the source, then what happens? That's what I don't know.
I mean, the water's gonna keep moving the way you moved it, but it's gonna return to being acted upon by regular physics.
But is it like, can I like keep moving the 100 feet that I'm controlling?
If you're no longer within 100 feet of it, I don't think so. You can whirlpool it, you can redirect the flow.
So like if
Directions
the
the water in
river,
area moves as you direct it, but once it moves beyond the spell's area, it resumes its flow based on the terrain conditions. So yeah, no, once it's outside of the terrain, the spell's area, once outside the 100 feet, regular physics reapply.
is it out of the 100 feet or outside of the 300 feet though?
Moves beyond the spell's area, range 300 feet, up to 100 feet. It's 100 feet. It's the spell's area, not the range you have to
Okay.
cast it, but the target area selected.
Okay, so I was
Can you
reading that right. So,
cast
yeah.
flood on the fields?
That's what I kind of wanted to do, but like they're still gonna be able to like circumvent the fields, you know?
Well,
Well,
if the water raises by 20 feet, that's gonna slough off real quick.
oh yeah.
And would probably hit and wash over enemies who were near those fields. So yeah, you can guess that flood is gonna fuck with people in the adjacent square.
Okay.
And with a range out to 300 feet, you can cast it on a square that is adjacent on the map.
And would I be able to use like control water today and essentially make a pond? Like if we, I guess we would need a hole to actually put it into first.
You could ask people to dig.
They need to work on self-defense.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Yeah, there's people shooting their bows. There's everybody, getting montage to stab with a spear.
You hear music in the background?
You know, now that I think about it, 20 feet's a lot.
Yeah. 20 feet is a lot.
So yeah, could I just like flood that whole area? Like flood the entrance of the...
Yeah, I mean, if
So-
you pop it here, the flood will occur. The water will rush. It's not going to be there forever, but it's going to come up and.
Yeah, I still vote. I mean, we can talk more about this when Shin comes back. I still vote that we fight here and leave this for them to defend and place the statue here as like a last resort. Because like I really think that this whole area
Is it gonna be messed with? Or is not gonna be messed with too much?
Well, I just think that it's gonna be easily defendable for them. Like they can easily like essentially all the enemies are funneled into a small area. If they're able to push logs off of it, that's gonna really fuck up whoever is here.
So
If they shoot arrows, it's harder for them to miss.
Right.
I think.
So they can turn this into a little kill alley. That's doable, but you're committing to this
small.
hill, right? Like you're not gonna try and make them move hills.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. So
Alright,
we say
so-
small though, but like
Archers, logs, positions, overwatching this alleyway. You could have a number of people on the south side as well, although they'd be a lot more at risk.
I know it's
So
not actually an alleyway. I know it's still like 400 feet, but it's still
It's
easier
a pretty,
than, like,
it's
trying
a,
to
it's a pretty,
fire
it's
at
a
whole
band. Yeah,
field.
yeah, it's a lot easier, and they're forced to go into more areas, and you're much more likely to hit them with log roll traps and the like. So yeah, you can
feel
turn
like
this
this would
into
be-
an Overwatch area, and you can have someone dig, like, if you just need a hole of water, could probably ask someone to help you with that if you asked today.
I don't know. Actually, I feel like this is a good spot to like,
This one-
fight a big army, but like
This one near
I
the
don't
catapult.
think 50 people are a big army. It's like a small militia.
They're going to operate probably in opportunistic squads, given that they are raiders.
Yeah, so like I feel like this. I mean, it's still good to have people there.
I just think that this is more easily defendable, like
Yes.
versus us being over here and
Yeah,
them
yeah.
trying to defend this hill. Is
And
my
for
point.
reference, this is the southwestern ramp that is not anywhere near the floodable zone at this time, unless you get a pit dug, right?
Mhm.
And this is the unblocked ramp by the river, and I'm gonna have to give you an eye again.
Oh,
So there is a bit more of a narrow ascent here. The main reason it's not considered blockable is because the sides are so exposed that anything you pile there, it's not going to be too hard for it to get knocked asunder. And it's kind of hard to position something reliably there.
Also, like, it's easier for them to climb up the ramp anyways, even if we did block off one point of it.
Yeah.
Because there's multiple, like, 5-foot step bits. But if there's no blockage, they may just try and run around.
yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, you can still have, like, some sort of fortification. You're probably going to have some sort of, like, fortification at the top. But,
And the other thing is, if we're over by the bridge, Like
Mm.
again, like if we do need to retreat, it's easily defendable. And also, if something does go down at the shrine, like if we're able to make something happen go down the shrine, he can then at least see it off in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
There's some sight.
It might
mean-
not be clear, and also depends on how big it is. But if it's like if some big spectacle happens at the shrine, it's more visible there than it is at the other place.
Yeah.
Or if we need to, we can try to lead him over to the shrine.
Yeah. There are people, by the way, sort of like hammering and sawing and taking bits of like fences from town and just slapping them down, trying to build their idea of a fortification.
But yeah, also like if they have a lot of logs, yeah, definitely like roll them down the main entrance, roll them down the side hill. Maybe you could set one of them on fire or something while you're rolling them down
Mm-hmm.
with alcohol and stuff. But yeah.
Certainly. So basically, you're gonna have them set up log traps. You're gonna ask them to set up other like the fire bales just in general around, or
Fire bells.
I think
I
just
think that'd be-
maybe use it for like fire attacks or something.
Can they make Molotovs?
yeah, I mean they can take some of the hooch that is more flammable and put it in bottles and toss it. So that's the plan.
I think that'd be a better use of the stronger booze,
Yeah.
the liquor.
So can you go back to the overhead map?
Yep.
So we were
So they got bottles lined up. They got logs ready to roll, and they have what archers and such they're gonna get and slingers. Captain Zafia is marshaling the troops as much as she can to get them to stab spears together. It's gonna be a bit of a shit show, but hopefully you can win.
But Shen, I think right
Mhm.
now, right now I'm thinking leave here for the village to defend because it's gonna be an easier place to defend since it's a narrower place. I think leave the statue here because I think leaving the statue at the shrine is kind of is a waste of resources because if we're defending here, we'll be able to see if he's going for the shrine. And like even if we leave the statue there, the statue's not gonna be able to take him on by himself anyways. Like either way, we're gonna need to be there.
No, but it'd be like the delay that we need if we need to hike over there, because if he somehow gets to the shrine and not have to use that bridge to get there, we've got
Then
quite a
worst
distance
comes-
of way.
I
to get
think
there.
Worst comes
If-
to worst, we fucking climb onto the boat, which the dock is right here, and I control water to speed us over there.
I think if he has the ability to teleport that far, we're already in trouble.
Yeah, there's
There's,
also
there's
that.
really
Like,
not, there-
I mean,
there's
it's
really
not
not
just
much we can
teleportation.
do.
if
I mean,
we're-
either-
People have been-
If he's able to move that far that quickly, we're in trouble anyways.
yeah, like if it's either he gets past us here and we have to go chase him down anyways, which most of us can outrun the average person, or if he somehow goes all the way the fuck around, I think we'll notice that something's up. And also probably
Not
most
with
of
a
the fighting will
mountain
be done.
in between us and like we're not gonna. I don't see how we're gonna see him get past the villagers here.
It's not that
Because
we
if
get
we're on the
actually
other side-
see him. It's just that, hey, the fucking leader's missing in action. No one's seen him. Where the fuck is he? Like
Yeah, I would think he has a very distinct look that
and
anyone
also
can
like
recognize him out
leaving
of
the
crowd.
statue here, if there's no way of us knowing that he's there, the statue's not gonna tell us what's like that it's over that he's over there. Like
It's fair.
I think the statue is better used elsewhere because if something's gonna go down at the shrine, we're gonna have to be there anyways, and I don't think the statue is gonna be able to one delay him enough because he apparently can fucking fire lasers out of the sky.
I hope so. That sounds amazing.
Supposedly, and like two,
No, so you got the
if
statue.
he's that far ahead, we're fucked.
Where are you plopping the statue?
I'm personally thinking here to help them defend here.
All right. If there's no objections, Zion goes and plops down the statue, and, whoop, and everyone's like, "What?" And it's set to defend against the Bone Shock Pride. We'll let no Bone Shock Pride member up this hill alive if it can help it.
Also, there are two people that we need to keep an eye out for: the leader and his wife.
Mm-hmm. Zamak, Tragor 12 touched, and Zamak.
I thought it sounded like it was implied that they would be here, that they would be traveling together.
They will
Unless
most.
he like
they-
really pissed one of them
Tybir-
off.
Tybir does indeed indicate that it is most likely they will take the field together. That is the most likely scenario.
I guess the other, actually, I don't know if the statue should be here or here because the statue would be a good backup if we do need to fuck off for whatever reason. But otherwise,
Tybir also did mention that like they might come to the battle together, but they won't forcibly stick together.
yeah.
Also worth noting that Tragor is the spiritual and charismatic leader, but Zamak is generally speaking the planner.
Trigor can be hot-headed from
Yeah.
what we know and may not be fighting rationally.
Hmm.
And
We gotta
at that
count
point,
on.
they would most likely split up.
Alright, so you guys have had a bit of a powwow around the catapult.
Alright, one last question.
Mhm.
Do we want to keep the
Catapult
statue
meeting.
here as like an extra defense, or here in case we need to fuck off and it's like a good backup defense and can also help us if we need it?
Can Zion talk to the thing?
Cross however many miles? I don't think so.
Okay.
No sort of special construct telepathy. It's gonna have to leave it with the instructions that it wants and hope that works out.
Yeah, it's either we put it here and we can change the instructions, or we leave it here and leave it to
Do we have
defend it.
flares?
You have any more smoke sticks?
Anything like a flare? Something that we could give a signal to the thing? It's
Do
gonna
you have
act
any
like
more smoke sticks?
Well, it's also
I
not going to
don't.
be able to cross this whole village in the time that we need it to cross if it
That's
comes
true.
down to it.
Yeah, that's 3,200 feet right there.
it's a very fast. It has wings.
Because
Oh,
if
no, that's
we
not wings.
if we place it here, we need to find something else to defend this place with. Is what I'm saying.
I mean,
we're gonna have villagers more or less on all 3 points.
the question is how
I
much
would
you
like
think the villagers can
something
hold.
in between the villagers and them.
Yeah, this is like
Personally.
our defenses, like the logs, the fire traps. Like we're gonna have stuff. It's not just gonna be them frontlining against the orcs.
Well, yeah,
But-
but like if someone does
like-
manage to make it past there, like we don't really have any more walls to be able to put here.
Like
You
at the
know?
end of the day, it's still just one construct. It can't frontline. Assuming they split their army 2/3 and 1/3 to each entrance, it's not gonna be able to frontline a third of the army.
How
While it gets support.
How wide is this hill? Is it one of the wide hills or is it one of the narrow hills?
I mean, it's like 20 feet at its narrowest point, so
Okay. Because Shen, you didn't see it, but this hill over here is like a very narrow winding path up.
Oh, I was there for that.
Oh, okay.
so yeah, you've seen this, and you know
So
that
yeah,
this
the
is.
statue would work pretty well here, but my concern is leaving the other place less defensible is my concern. So it's like, where do we want to place the statue?
So you have not talked to Captain Zafia about the deployment of the villagers, and I'm assuming that's because you don't care that much, but there are a number of squads with a number of leaders depending upon who has volunteered and who has been recruited.
Let's also go talk to her about the Wood Whalers, I guess, unless anyone else has an objection.
Talk to what?
About the Reed Walkers.
Yeah.
I was just playing Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Thinking Wood Whalers.
I'm not quite sure when she gonna give up.
We don't know. This is what we have to talk to her about, because it has to be something that's significant from the town. Because it's a token of affection from the town to the Reed Walkers. Or, like, us giving them our stuff is not going to be as impactful.
Yeah, but also, I think it's something to do with the orchard, is what the Reed Walkers are implying they want, and the fact that it's a point of contention is.
Yeah, they just want some of the land back from the orchard.
Yeah, but that's also, is this like all orchard?
What is
over
orchard
here
area?
too?
So
those
the thing that
palm
looks
trees.
like a tree with like little leaves on it, that's an orchard. So there's
Okay, so they have multiple orchards.
Oh, so this orchard area is just gonna get fucked. So that's gone. But yeah, okay, that sucks.
I mean, it depends on if they even touch it. Like, yeah, it's gonna get damaged from careless trampling, but I don't think they're gonna I don't think they're gonna actively just burn down trees for the hell of it, unless we
I
let the
don't
village
know.
get taken.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see.
But,
yeah,
So
you
they
should
do
just-
have multiple orchards. Are they like the same type of orchard?
They're mostly apple orchard, but there are other orchards.
Okay,
So you
so
should just give up some of their orchards.
so they do still have orchard land if they need
Yeah.
to give it up. Okay. All right, let's go talk to Sophia and.
Yeah, so
Altenhilde.
Zafia and Altenhilde, like happen by where you are nakedly constructing a catapult in like the streets. And Alden's like,
Zion and
Zion.
120L
What?
is doing that. We are just talking while they're doing it.
yeah, and
Why is the bed of the catapult so peculiarly shaped?
it's getting
I
banged
feel like
together.
Zion just answered
Do
it's
you
Lucia's
question Zion's engineering right now?
It's
Zion.
getting-
It reminds me of
Jammed
something. I
together.
can't put my finger on it.
I think Zion would just say, yeah, it's for shooting Slushas. He would just tell
Slushas?
you.
Shigushi?
Shigushis are very different than
That's-
Slushas.
Imagine,
Shigushi.
imagine,
If it
imagine.
can
Man,
build
look at you
a
guys.
catapult
To throw
designed
fucking
to launch a
elephants.
Sluja, that's amazing.
And they made it out of wood. Zion deserves a pay upgrade. Oh shit.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. Sorry. Yeah, Jagushi. He honestly would just probably just tell you to shoot the
Yeah,
Jagushis,
so
Lonnie.
Zafia just walks up and she's like, hey, I think it's time that we coordinate the defenses. I see you're building a siege weapon. That's great. We need to get some people appointed and get this spread out. Right
Oh,
now
yeah.
we're talking about blocking the two northern passages. What do you got? What do you got up your sleeve here?
Real quick warning, a homeless person might ask you for a home.
What,
No, there's no particular reason. It's just, you know,
she looks at you like very confused. She's like, okay.
Zion had to get the wood from somewhere.
Oh. And she kind of looks over and he's like, oh. Yeah. He was bad about the logs because he wanted to rebuild his house. We'll build him a new house. Anyway, what's the situation with she just articulates around. What's the situation with all of you? We need to move this forward. We don't know when they're gonna hit, and people need their posts. The less changing of the plan we do, the better they're gonna be able to enact it. It's not like we have military discipline or training around here.
Did Lonnie tell everyone what she saw in her vision, or did she keep it to herself?
Oh, we hadn't had a chance. Yeah, I would
Yeah.
let them know that we have at least a day. Oh, that's the other thing I want to ask. I think I know
It's
the
good to
answer.
know we've got at least a day.
They are coming on the side of the river that we are expecting, right? Like when
Yeah.
they are walking, the river's on their left.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure.
She's like, well, it's good to know that. She looks at you and she's like, I'm assuming you have your ways to know these sorts of things. Is there any way that we're going to be able to know that better information when they get closer, or she trails off?
Possibly. I'm.
All right, well, I won't
Just
count
gotta
on it,
catch
but
them
it's
on a
good to
good
know.
Yeah, Lonnie's also thinking like I wouldn't count on it either.
Well, we've, per your earlier notes, we've set up something of a kill alley to the southeast. I can sprinkle some people around, but we're stretching ourselves thin in terms of combatants having to defend 3 passageways. We're gonna have to rely on at least one of them being locked down pretty well by traps and other considerations. I think considering how many archers we have defending the southeast, it may as well be the eastern one. I doubt they're the types who are gonna bother to come around when they see a climbable hill in front of them.
I would not underestimate these raiders.
I'm not underestimating them. But the kind of idiot who decides he's going to run through a field with no cover and little place to swerve while arrows rains down on him for thousands of feet when he has an alternative doesn't tend to reach the battle more than one battlefield. I'm sure they're foolhardy, braggadocious bastards. But if they're particularly foolish, they'd probably be dead by now. I'm sure some of them could be pressed on. I'm just saying, we'll thin out the ranks. I think most of our forces need to be in the west, because that's where they're going to crash up. We have one narrow approach that winds, and one wider one. Where do you intend to position yourselves?
We said near the river, right?
Yeah, near the winding one.
Alright. I'm going to leave Alton Hill to Town Hall with a response force. If one of the areas starts to waver, she'll bring in fresh reinforcements. I'll take the southwestern passage and hold the line there. As for the rest of you, do what you can to drive them off. You can take down their leader, maybe it'll end this thing before it begins.
I don't think that's going. Well, I don't think if Tiber is right, that won't be the end of it.
She guffaws and says, doesn't matter how much you believe in someone. Once they're dead, unless they have a trick up their sleeve that's pretty big, that's it.
If they believe in what he believes, though, then
It's the belief in the movement and not in the person.
Zafia nods and says, fair enough. Well, if we're dealing with some real zealots, we'll just have to break them.
do you think your people are capable of that, though?
I think we've got them outnumbered 3-1 in a defensive position. Our lives are on the line here. This is everything. We're Aurorii. We live by the hearth, we die by the hearth. We don't break. Because at the end of the day, this is all we have. What we've taken with our hands. Alton Hilda, by the way, in the background, is kind of like,
Yeah.
during this section, as
She
Zafira's like, we don't break, and Alton Hilda's like, I don't know about that one, but I ain't gonna say it.
Well,
I was gonna ask like inside check on what her reaction is.
while numbers can certainly turn the tide, experience can also help. Have you considered what the Reedwalkers offered?
He looks at Alton Hilda, and Alton Hilda says, well, I know that they talked about, that the Reedwalker talked about a gift, and maybe we could put things right. There's something that I might be able to give them that I think would help, but it's kind of important to my family, and he kind of trails off, and Zafia's
What is-
like, It's now or
is-
never, Altenhilde. Bury the hatchet. Not worth it. If we
What
had,
is your
if we
beef
have
with
them,
the Reed Walkers?
Altenhilde's like it's not my beef, so to speak. I kind of made my fortune in the orchard trade after they were already set up, and I wound up consolidating them in the Southwest and turning around the cidery business because I got into brewing and distilling. They're not happy about some of the if you don't know if you've ever been to the hills that the reed walkers live in, but they're a little lush by comparison. And there's a horn that used to be important to them. And by the time, I came into possession of it, it had been in my family for many generations. And I think they want it back.
How did it come into the possession of your family?
Altenhilde,
Oh, looks like
Altenhilde shrugs.
Yeah, okay, it looked like her. She was like, "How do you think?"
I mean, Captain Zafir,
Kinda-
Captain Zafir would say, it's not like it was a trophy taken in battle. If it was, I doubt the Reed Walkers would much begrudge it. It's more that it was dug up and then kept. Altenhilde shrugs and says, as far as I've always known, it's been a symbol of my family, in good times and bad. Giving it up feels like giving up my home, but I guess if it patches things up with them. I've just always been reluctant because... And Captain Zafir says, your old man isn't here anymore, Altenhilde. It's your decision. And Altenhilde shrugs and says, I'll give him the horn. I don't know how much it'll mean coming from me. It's not like they've actually been coming around asking after it. I just know that people aren't happy about it. So maybe it'll fix something.
I think it'd be the
shrugs.
most significant from you.
She nods. And Captain Zafir says, that might be enough. At the very least, I expect it'll get some of the Reed Walkers, and that should be enough. They can fight at range, and they can move out of the way.
Also, Tenta, there are multiple ways to come by heirlooms like that.
Uh-huh.
There's a difference between I stabbed a guy and took his shit versus
Uh-huh.
I found it
Yep.
at a temple and
Keep
took
telling
it
me
for
these
myself.
things. Yep.
There's a difference. There's a difference in severity of that.
Yep, and it all ends with taking something from another person.
While
like
we're
as
here,
simple as
can I
that.
ask them okay, I also asked them to flood the left field by the ramp, and keep it flooded. Well, like flood it when we expect them to come.
And Zafir nods, and she's like, well, yeah, I mean, those fields are built for floods. That should be fine. Wait, how are you going to flood it?
Wait, I thought they had ways to flood it.
Well, they have ways to... Okay, so if you're like, flood the field, she's like, oh, yeah, well, I mean, we can open the sluice gates and let all the river water in.
Yeah.
Is that going to be enough? You going to do something with it? It could just walk by if it's just covering the fields.
Yes, I have ideas for it. Although it might not be the crops might not be salvageable afterwards if
She
if it does
grimaces.
come to that.
She grimaces and says, as long as you can take a few of those bastards out with it and slow them down, it's worth it. Altenhilde's like, I don't really know I don't really know if that's our decision to make, Zafia. And Zafia's like, we need to make the decision to make sure that we have time to bicker about this later. Because we're still alive.
Do let the owners know though, so that they can try to salvage as much as they can now. I hope it doesn't come to it.
She shrugs and says, it's planting season right now. If the seed's already in the ground, not much to do.
Well,
You're not planning on like salting the earth or anything like that, right?
it's certainly gonna ruin the crops.
Yeah, but unless you just you can destroy the crops, but if you don't destroy the land, the crops can grow again.
And it's not too.
Yeah,
It's
but
not too
planting
late to.
season's rather important.
She'll say, will live. And besides, we can probably replant it. It's not going to be ideal, but you're not going to deprive us of everything. Try and...
I want to insight this. Like, is she just like speaking, like talking out her ass, or does she actually know enough about
Yeah, give me an
planting?
insight. I mean, nothing she says seems immediately wrong, and Alton Hilda isn't grimacing at that remark. She's more or less nodding along.
Hilda is actually the one you want to be inciting. Okay. Then cool. I want to start looking at the shrine if we've got everything covered here. I guess we'll have to wait for an update on the wood whalers. Sorry, fucking reed walkers. There we go. Reed walkers and
Bonnie, you're okay? Are you talking about another
No.
tribe that we should know about? Are they new?
the reed walkers. And see how much help they can give us.
Alright, so Alton Hilda is gonna go
Goddamn.
give a gift to them. Captain Zafia is going to marshal most of her forces at the southwestern entrance.
If Zion is done with the Tragusa bolts early,
That's a good name.
might be good to like have it check the walls. It probably is more knowledgeable about the construction than most of the villagers are.
Is that what we're doing?
I don't know if I know it's the Portuguese yet.
Tento knows. Tento giggles. Yes, that's what we're calling it. Goofy bolt.
But that's what Lonnie would
Triple.
suggest for Zion to help them with the constructions of these walls and traps. Because yeah, I don't know if I'm sure there's an art to pile of junk to try to keep people out.
Yeah, knowledge of carpentry and the like, joinery and such is used to help out. So the party is going to be positioned here.
Until further notice, yeah.
All right, Captain Zafia assigns 2 for rock splitter, 1 squad to help out the statue you have deployed in the east. There's 3 squads arching. There are 2 with Zafia. There are 2 with Alton Hilda in the response. There is 1 backing you guys up.
I will although if the rewalkers are gonna help, I'm just gonna to the party, not like actually officially making this plans yet. If the rewalkers are gonna help, might be better to have them defend the east and then move the statue to the west. That way we can have it be more flexible in what it does and help defend the west if we do need to move away from that ramp.
It's worth noting you do not expect the Reed Walkers to stand and fight if they come to help. You expect them to skirmish, and if the enemy just rush in, be a hasty retreat.
I think
I'm assuming they're just gonna stay out in the field and never come into town, basically. Is my assumption.
Okay. I was thinking, whatchamacallit? Because I was thinking, especially if they have spiders, they could, that terrain would be very good for them, and then they could crawl away to retreat.
Mm-hmm.
Crawl up the walls before shit actually.
Indeed,
happens.
but ultimately, as they are your allies, if they show up and help you, it will be on their terms, and they will probably deploy their preferred stratagem. That sounds like something that someone riding the spider would do, but you can't rely upon being able to put them in a certain position.
Okay.
And yeah, are you guys gonna send for help from the Old Bailey?
I think that. I thought did we say that would take too long, or is that something we wanted to do?
You think the
Most
news will
likely
reach them
it
by
would take
today?
Too long.
The news will reach
But-
them by today, and potentially, if they left immediately, they could get here end of tomorrow.
That's assuming if they have a decent number of people equipped and ready to move out at this moment.
Would it be quicker for them to send supplies? Because it's a smaller force, although it would be like with a wagon or something, I presume.
I think. Aren't they already like using a lot of supplies as it is for the war effort?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
true.
at that point, you might as well just get the person.
Okay.
I don't think it'd make a big difference between getting troops versus getting supplies.
Okay.
Because I'm sure they're gonna have supplies at the Old Bailey. They're not just gonna empty it out. But unless we
Okay.
think this fight is gonna take more than a day, like
I mean,
it's
I
gonna
was
prolong over a
thinking,
day.
I was thinking supplies for like helping with the defenses or better weapons, you know, not necessarily food to help wait it out.
I mean, I assumed any kind of resources, but
Okay.
it's the same deal of it's probably gonna take just as long.
So yeah, yeah, Tento and I were headed to the shrine before any of this happened, anyway. So what's Orochi gonna do?
Is he gonna go all FBI again?
Morale check, make sure people aren't.
Ah, so he is.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a yes.
Incredibly.
Is he gonna get caught back off himself again?
Yeah, I'm gonna good cop, bad cop every other person. Like good
I feel
cop one
like-
person, go to the next person to be bad cop.
I feel like Tento should stop this, but this is also too funny. So he's just gonna let
Alright.
Hiroshi do his
So
thing.
Orochi
Also, I don't
wanders
think
down.
you know any of this is happening because you
Wait,
fucked up
have you
before I
not
started
mentioned this to
any of
the other people around you?
Orochi is wandering around town keeping morale up. Meanwhile, Lonnie and Tento hit the shrine. What do you two do when you hit the shrine?
Oni was gonna help the Shrine Maiden with preparing for the ritual and see if she can learn more about it and learn more about the shrine and like the land and everything to
Hmm.
maybe get a better idea of what's going on here.
Tento's totally gonna take some spider venom and see what happens.
So you're just gonna come to the shrine. You're just gonna like decant some of that sweet,
Yeah,
sweet
I'm gonna tell
anorak
Lonnie's
paralysis
look.
poison, and you're just gonna like have a trip.
And like, look, Lonnie. And this may sound stupid. This probably is stupid. But I need you to watch over my body while I trip out on the spider venom.
Do you say that like in ear range of Bayama?
Yes.
Why?
Bayama looks over and she's like, "What? Does this look like some rundown shrine for gambling and smoking and all manner of inequities? I mean, look, I'm running a sacred site here. Please, a little respect.
It's a spiritual trip.
I do not need to hear about this. Look, look, the tavern has all of the spirits you can drink. All right.
It's not drink. Believe me, if I wanted to drink, I'll go to the tavern. No, this is to see. Maybe I can get a glimpse of whatever he saw.
She cocks a brow
And
at
I'm
Tento,
gonna-
and she cocks a brow at Lonnie, and she's like, "Do you believe this? Do you think he's gonna find something useful?"
I'm always trying to remember what I
mean,
think
she's-
there was a hint about like one of us should probably try and we could maybe find out.
She definitely offered me some venom.
Well,
Remember
the reason that you have the dose, I mean, yeah, you were offered it by her, but like the reason that you have the trial of the Silk Knight is because if you can get it with him, so like some poisons, if you take them, you will become immune, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not how the trials of the Silk Knight affects people who have taken too much of it. You think that, so the reason that you have it is because if you use it on Tregor, it's gonna imperil him. It's gonna impair him.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you have it. You can take it for the trip. You can code it on a weapon to send him on a trip mid-fight. And it's gonna be more in-combat dangerous to him than it is to you.
That also like I don't know. Someone suggested like you could find out something if you like try to see what he's saying.
Yeah.
That's what
Or am
I
wrong?
want to do.
How many
That's-
doses of that do we have?
I have 6.
Oh, okay.
All right, so
You're not taking any.
So Bayama, what do you say? What does Lonnie say when Bayama like turns to you and is like, "Do you believe that's really gonna help?"
Honestly, between you and me, he's gotten more of dumber ideas.
Well-
I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
Lonnie purposely trying to say it so you don't hear.
I mean, she's like y'all in a triangle. Y'all,
Okay,
y'all in an
yeah.
equidistant triangle.
Okay,
then we
fine.
can-
Like, okay,
Santa's just gonna look at it, you know, I'm gonna take
honestly,
that as
he's gotten more of dumber ideas.
I'm gonna
Okay,
take that as
so
a
you gotta take
compliment
the 5 foot step
because
of
I'm literally
isolation.
drinking poison.
And-
So yes.
Bayama just sort of like face palms and says, "Well, I mean, you really have to do it here. Then don't
I
fall down
don't-
next to a grave. All right, just like."
Why?
Here.
It would save you the trouble if I died.
Well, she just like stamps.
I'm sorry.
And she's like, you know what?
For
You know
him.
what? I was gonna offer you like a nice place to lie down. You don't get that anymore. Fuck you.
Yeah,
Fuck you. Go sleep in the bamboo. She
He
points
can be
down
at
the hill.
foot of
Go.
Yeah,
Go.
he can be at the foot of the hill.
But I wanted. But this
Lonnie
grass
is
Go.
gonna
soft.
try to get Lumi to like
She's
drag him away.
Bayama's putting her foot
grass
down.
here.
Putting her foot
wants,
down.
Lonnie wants Lumi to
Look,
grab him by
it's
by his cloak and just drag him away.
Hey, it's soft grass over there. I want the soft grass.
Dento, are you gonna try and against all odds remain on top of the hill as Lumi tries to
No.
drag you away?
I'm just
Alright.
joking.
You find a nice place at the bottom of the hill. It's a nice bit of downy grass. Lumi deposits you.
I was like, hey, how are you supposed to keep an eye on me from all the way up over here?
I'll manage. I was gonna have Lumi actually be by him.
Oh yeah, Lumi chills down with you.
Oh.
So, like she kind of gives you this look.
Well, Lumi, if I start shaking uncontrollably, make sure you go grab her. All right?
She sticks her tongue out.
I'll take
Bayama
that as yes.
has
Honey?
some candles with mugwort and other herbs and incenses that she's like, hey, so we're going to need to spread these around here, here, and here on the candle shoulders on the shrine. I'm going to have to write some charms and post them up around. And we need to, like, clear this space and get it ready, so I have some brushes.
Lonnie's like kind of half paying attention because she's gonna go check on Tento as soon as he takes it, but preferably after he's knocked out.
Alright, Tento. Yeah.
Then you see,
You
then
have
this
the
is like
you
those-
have the trial of the Silk Knight in your hand. You wanna down the hatchet?
Yep. I was like, oh, well,
Alright. You drink
here's
it.
here's one for the good times. Hopefully.
At
drink
first,
it.
you don't feel anything, but then it's almost like a wave of the sea is rising up inside your body. But when you go to like gag in response, you can't move your lips, and your vision starts to blur and go white. Roll me a con save.
This can only end well, boys. and
Lonnie's
girls.
like trying to keep an eye on him from the corner of
Damn
her
it.
eye, but also not actually get any closer.
Well, you do drift to like you rapidly feel like
So hopeful.
sleep overtaking you, but it's a good sleep. You don't feel ill or anything. Let me watches. Lonnie, as you see him like nest settle down and like his eyelids slowly closes, he's like slowly drifting to sleep. Are you gonna run down then, or are you gonna wait until he's like?
yeah, I'll go and
All right.
check to see if
Bayama
it's
is like in the
is he
process of
dying,
handing you
or is he
ritual
actually-
materials as she's like, yeah, I just be careful with those. And then she continues to go about her work because there's a lot to do.
Lonnie was like, could probably be gentler, but was like, okay, like I'm gonna try to like
Got some
hurriedly put
incense
these down.
candles and like a roll of paper.
She's gonna try to put them down as
clean
quickly as she
brush.
can, and like
You-
go to see if Tento's either dead and or dying.
You casually deposit them in front of like someone's gravestone. It's casual. You run down, you check on Tento. Roll me a medicine to examine his medical state.
Can I guidance this?
Yeah.
What are my fucking rolls today?
Tento,
Me.
you find yourself in a dark realm. You feel a tug at your limbs. You look down and you see web. a goopy sort of web, not unlike that which a friend of yours once spun. You feel many great threads reaching out into the void across aeons. You feel as if though you are stuck and unstuck in time and place. You hear sounds of battle. You see distant visions, but you can't focus on anything. Something is gnawing at the back of your brain. You're not sure what it is. As you look down, you see the world below you. You see a bridge alight. You see Commander Akarat charging with her dawbacks in hand. You and Kabancho going to outflank the enemy. Meanwhile, above, you see orcs you do not recognize, but bearing familiar bone chalk painting. They dance with blades in hand. They burn. A village alight. Glass cracks around them. Wood is torn down. Logs roll. Blood flows like an open wound, and two spirits dance nearby. And then the two spirits dance below. You find yourself between two rivers of spirit and soul. Below, the spirit of the past, and above, the soul of the future. You feel as if though your body could ascend or descend, depending whether you let those memories weigh you down, you seek to empty yourself of them. Your eyes. What does Tento do?
How? Oh, can I move? Am I still stuck on the web?
You're stuck in the web. You can't move your body, but you feel you're buoyant. You feel your body drag down, you feel your body rise up, and you feel like it's whether or not you're focused on the past or the future. You have no other way to influence your physical form at this moment. Everything else seems paralyzed.
Tento is definitely a man of the now and after, so for the future.
Alright, Tento, you rise, and above you, you feel like you are among the many blades of grass, and you see a radiant dawbacks in the hands of an orc woman as she plans an attack. You see the violence to come. You see the world turn. And as you turn away from the village, you see a hill without a top. A grand stone edifice rising from the shafts of bamboo you now rest in. At its top, two spirits larger than life dominate the horizon line, dancing together. You can't distinguish their faces, but you can see their forms, weapons in hand. They dance, a familiar dance. They move as if though they are one, and then diverge at the top of the hill. You see light drain from the world, and then refocus on the new moon above. New moon, rather the full moon above. The light of the moon illumines a trench between two grand pedestals. It fills with blue light. Fire explodes out. Something twists there. You see Chizuda laying her eggs. You see a man crying out, an orc, realizing too late what he has forsaken. And you see his pupils become entirely dominated by the whites of his eyes as he loses his vision of the world, but gains a radiant sight of something beyond. He grows obsessed and chases it. He chases a fang ever at his throat. And then he trips, he falls, and he is impaled. You see the stinger is double-sided. The other side is in you. You see the poison draining from a side cut. Goes into both of you. The venom. The trial. Roll me to investigate.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so there is a thread. You're not sure if it diverges or if it's a continuation of the same line, but you see two pairs of blue lights dancing around this thread that now dominates your vision. And you feel an uneasiness as if though your body is beginning to sag, but you're able to move again briefly. Before you, you see what looks like a giant sword descending from the heavens. And it twists, the blade rotating, as if though to change which hand wields it. It shifts back again, and it dances again. It swiftly turns to face you as if though, and clatters as if though two hands grasp the hilt. Behind you, you see two pedestals, a groove between them, atop a stone edifice. You see many people carrying slabs of stone and working terrible magic, enacting it. You are between these two places and they are connected. But you must turn yourself towards one direction, you feel, before the dream ends.
Yeah, no, that horrible magic thing doesn't look so cool, so he's gonna go towards the sword.
You make me an acrobatics as you realize you have stepped out onto a thimble-thin strand of silk. And you expertly dance across it. You feel as if though a mandibled face approves somewhere from beyond. As you walk,
Poncho.
you see the ghosts of Anarax. You see faces flitting in the dark. You feel others traverse this place, and there's a queasiness over you. As if though this is perhaps not yours to peek, but you do notice that there is a blue glow, not unlike the astral moon that you saw that at the time between the years, coming from your birthmarks, the roots across your body. You proceed forward. And yeah, you see a sword. And you see the colors on its hilt, and you see the green gold glow coming from it as two hands grasp it. They dance, and it dances between them. Two spirits close in life. The blade shifts. It is a double-bladed axe. You see it trade between two men, and between them a third. The father and the student. Two men, three men, close in life. Their spirits dancing. Trapped between time. You see Tregor 12 touched. Conflicted but driving ahead. In ignorance and in peril. And, oh, right, pop up night. Yeah, so, Tento, you're absorbing all of this. When you feel a shockwave come over your body, roll me a wisdom save. You see a spectral spinneret dominate every corner of your vision as it tries to desperately scrawl something out in front of you in a language you can't understand. You reach out. You know this is a message for you. You only recognize one Kehoe character. Well, actually, two. Before the thread is cut and the darkness consumes you. Written in silk, a name. Kabancho Akechi.
You know, write his name in Kehoe?
He understands it.
Yeah.
Whether or not Tento could read that in life, another question. But there's a lot more to the message. You don't get it. Meanwhile, on on the Shrine Hill.
Am I convulsing? Am I foaming at the
Oh
mouth?
you're having a
he's
really-
Smack it.
dying, he's
Smack his face left and right, left and right.
He's dying.
No, he's having a really chill time. You don't see any abnormalities other than like after an hour or so, Yumi does see his like wrist twist and like his body like shake a little. That's it. It's brief.
Okay, like after I did the initial check, I would have gone back to help. But as long as he has a pulse and it doesn't look like he's about to eat it, I would
Can
have gone
Lumi
back.
know when I don't have a pulse?
No, Lonnie would have checked the pulse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can Lumi do that? Can she like
So-
sense the...
Bayama and you set up the ritual, and she's like, "Oh gosh, gotta be ready by tomorrow night." What did the old shrine keeper always say? Gosh, I really need to be a more attentive student. Make me a religion roll to help her if you'd like.
I'm usually good at this. Let's see how my rolls are today.
Don't jinx it.
I don't think there's any way to jinx it past what's already been.
I don't know. You haven't rolled a 1 yet.
Oh, he's right.
So, Lonnie, understanding the basic principles and the significance of burning mugwort to, keep the spirits in line, helps produce a ritual protection around the platform of the shrine building itself, and a barrier around the graveyard at this range-torn edge. And you feel as if though the platforms themselves are going to do their job. You're just making sure they don't do their job too good for anybody standing nearby. As you do this, Bayama repeats a line to you several times as she's going over things her ancestor, not her ancestor actually, just a dude who used to run the shrine. Go from. Said, 2 spirits close in life. 2 spirits close in life, close again in death. Right. 2 spirits close in life, close again in death, to dance once more under the moonlight. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's better when I knew the people, but I guess Tibir can told us their names. I mean, I'll do my best. It's a shame when people show up to see it and then, like, nothing really happens other than some, strong blustery winds. But, sometimes 2 spirits weren't really close enough in life. Or they just drifted so far apart.
Does happen if this goes well.
If it goes well, both of the spirits will fly through, I guess the Soronetto, but between you and me, I'm pretty sure this is older than that. Anyway, we'll see 2 spectral spirits, and they'll dance. And, I don't know if you've been around ghosts before, but like blue fire, doors opening and close themselves, strong blustery winds, and like spectral images of their lives are probably going to show up. That's what we're going to hope for. And sometimes those who are close to them in life will feel something. And I think that we're going for Tregor feeling something.
So out of character, remind me, like, why are we doing specifically these 2 people? What are we hoping to accomplish with this again?
We're hoping to shake his face.
Shizuda strongly implied that if you reunited the spirits of his dead son Volk and his dearly departed mentor Skiergard, something about what happened in their lives that changed who they were after they departed each other would collide, and it would cause big issues for Tregor, possibly, shaking the very foundation of his faith.
Yeah, Lonnie is gonna ask, like, how, like, is this like a big spectacle, or do you kind of have to be here to see it?
It depends. It depends on the spirits. It depends on the dance. But normally, for people who knew them in life, the presence of the spirit can be felt as far as, I don't know, maybe even a little bit upriver. Most of the time, the people who knew them in life want to be present for the ceremony, though, so it's hard to say. But they don't have to see it to experience it, if you know what I mean. Although you do want to see it, because it's pretty cool. Yeah, you help Bayam, and she's like, wow, I think we're going to get this done with, like, time to spare. Thank you so much, Lonnie. Are you, like, a priestess yourself, like, in the off time, or...?
It's a side hustle.
Yeah.
Oh,
I-
wonderful.
I spent a lot of time when I was growing up in one.
That's fair. I'm sure, you know, life has many callings and you can know many vocations in your time. But I really appreciate your help. And she gives you, like, a little bow, and she's like, well, we're all done. Maybe we should go check on your friend in the bamboo? Did he really take the oh my god, he definitely did. Alright. gonna
Lonnie
sigh.
signs
They're,
all,
like,
Lonnie
drooling.
signs all she needs to.
It's like Tento, they're just like drooling a little bit out of his mouth.
Oh, wow, that's funny.
Lonnie will go and check on him again. And then she wants to go investigate this thing again. Maybe like knowing something about the ritual will help her. See
Roll me a medicine on Tento. Meanwhile,
I'm gonna guide this
He's sleeping
again.
like a
it's
baby.
it's time for the Orochi files. Orochi.
Yay.
You come by the tavern and you hear some people inside drinking and talking, and there begins to be some people are saying, I'm not trying to die. Yeah, I mean, look, there's still time to get our families out of here. Yeah, let's take the canoe and go up to the Old Bailey. If they win, they win. But I mean, you know, it's not mine. Tap's like, if you're gonna talk like that, get out of here. And everyone's like, fine, maybe I will. What, Sap, you're gonna stay here and let it all burn down around you? Come on, you got 8 kids. Think of their future, man. And Sap's like, I am thinking of their future. And when we get the club. So, Orochi, you overhear this exchange from the tavern.
Yeah, Roshi's gonna step in, step to the door, step in, try to, I guess, like, gauge which tables have that? Or
Yeah,
is it,
so
like,
the
everyone
dude-
in there?
The dudes around this table in particular are presently, like, at a bit of a standoff with Sop. Like looking at him like, don't be ridiculous, Sop. We didn't manage to, you know, avoid getting conscripted just because we're, you know, so handsome. The reality is that they wouldn't even throw us as fodder into that forest. And then one of the hobgoblins pips up and he's like, I was fodder in that forest. I remember. My commander Bardiga told me to go look for enemies in the woods. We never saw him again.
Again, Lee, like, that's unfair level of, like, I can't counter that. Bringing in Bardiga's old tactics. Oh, yeah.
Never saw it. This guy never saw Bardiga again. You might have heard
Of
a
course
rumor
it's
he's alive and a
only
rebel
Orochi.
commander, but people say all sorts of things.
Has Orochi even met Bardiga? I can't even remember.
You have, but not like, you're
Yeah.
not like close to him.
Yeah.
Everybody does look at you though, or as you walk in. Sap's like, "Hey, you're one of those fetchers. You're tough. Show 'em. You're gonna beat every one of those raider bastards." And everyone's like looks at you and like, "Yeah, I'm." And they're looking at you very like in an evaluative fashion, like looking you up and down, like, I don't know, how many orcs do I think this guy could take?
How amped up do I get? Oroshi's gonna take a slow breath, and then it's indoors. I don't think he's gonna use lightning, at least not yet. But he's gonna use wind power to levitate himself, like 5 feet off the ground. Maybe like not hit his head on the ceiling level, but and then he's gonna open his eyes with, you know, the lightning tendrils coming out. It's like, it's not an issue.
All right.
If we can beat them, we will beat them.
Alright, Orochi just like levitates, wind blasts everything. One of the cushions nearby flips over a table and reveals, sewn into the underneath inseam, now on top of this goblin's face. 10:30 break. Be back in 10 minutes. So yeah, see you all at 10:40 p.m. Eastern.
Good segue.
Yeah.
See you guys then.
Did we go on break? Yeah, we did. Okay.
Alright, I'll be right back. Wait. Back.
No worries.
Alright, Dreamers, what's up?
I don't know if Case is back or not.
I'm so ready to listen to this.
It's okay, I don't know what I'm gonna say either.
And we need the comedic stuff after the weird soul searching stuff. Are you cold, Lee?
How long do you want to wait, Casey?
Given that we're 3 minutes over, I'm just gonna take the break screen off because her character is not in this scene anyway. She's over on a hill, so I feel like we just all eyes are on Orochi as the there's like a small wind blast when he throws up the nearby cushions, but like the lightning eyes really get everyone's attention, and the fact that you can fucking fly, that's not lost on them either, because everyone looks on you somewhat in awe, and Sap's like halfway between awe and a smile. And you already said like, oh yeah, like it's not a question, we're gonna like kill the shit out of him, more or less.
Yeah, it's not a question of if we can beat him. We know we can beat him. The issue is we need your help, everyone's help, to defend your own homes.
Sounds
When
like
we beat him, we don't know if you don't help, your village will be burnt to the ground by the end of the battle. It is the seven of shit. How many of us now? It's the 7 of us versus the 50 of them. It's a fight we can win, but it's not gonna be a quick fight.
Everyone looks around a little surprised and like, wow, I mean, I heard they had magic and stuff. Never seen anything like that. And, Sap tells the table and says, you hear that? Gotta fight for our homes. We've got our own Fook gang to go take out theirs. All that's left is bashing some unwelcome guests in the face.
I take a glance out the door and make sure there's no one in the way. But if it's clear, I will tell them.
There's a clear path to the street.
As long as you can hear this, I just point out the window and do a lightning blast out the window. Or out the door, sorry.
Yeah, there's an arc of lightning just zoops out into like thunder crash in town. Everyone looks around like, what the fuck is happening at the tavern?
If you can hear that, we're still fighting.
And everyone's like, woo! Don't stop clapping until the lightning does. Woo! Everyone's very chuffed at that, and Sap's like everyone around on the house. No more quit and talk. We're gonna fight and we're gonna fucking win. Woo! He kind of like hobbles out, just hops out the drink, offers Orochi a fresh tankard.
I take it, and I'm like, I just need you guys to keep yourself and each other safe.
Oh, don't worry,
We'll get
I'll
rid
be
of the
there.
heavy hitters. Alright, but after that, I'm gonna go around and make sure to just like, I guess, damage control how many people I scare the living shit out of.
And like be like pleasant. Yeah, give me a persuasion to be like, yeah, here I am, very affable man who also just shot lightning.
I'm on your side.
Yeah. Relatable, like you could have a beer with it. Yeah, so Orochi, you know, takes some sips, claps some cheeks. Everybody's very happy by the end of the affair, and generally speaking, he's lightened the mood. Feels the morale has been improved, Orochi, and a squad of people which would have defected spawns at the tavern, and so inspired, Sap volunteers as a sergeant. Hey, Fangirl Review! We're getting ready for the big village battle. How are you? How are you?
With that positive reinforcements, that's probably gonna be like my go-to for most of the the morale boosting. Is like, we got this, guys! Lightning, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, you were around being like,
I'm
hey,
probably gonna start
did you
like
know
that,
I can
right?
shoot lightning?
Can we hear it from over at the shrine?
You hear, like, you are, like, surrounded by some, like, tall bamboo forest, but you do see, there is, like, a
see it
shifting of
before you
them,
hear
and
it.
up on the hill, you do, like, see, like, a bit of a, like a bit of a flash. It's daylight.
I
You do
awake?
hear, like, a boom. No, Tento doesn't.
Okay,
Tento
I was gonna
has
say,
it
am I?
out like a light. Like a light.
Already? What?
Tento's just laying on the ground, just drooling a little bit, you know?
Back at the shrine, Bayan was like, huh, I wonder what the wind was. Oh, well. And, yeah, you checking on Tento. Your medicine was a 19, yeah, so you can confirm. So he was utterly paralyzed and in a sleep-like state, but it seemed like, basically it looked like REM sleep because his eyes were moving. Not necessarily, like, all over the place, but, like, fixing and unfixing themselves and, like, zooming in almost, right? Now, he's just Sleepy Boy. It's been, like, an hour and change, so you suspect that whatever happened, and now he just seems exhausted. He'll make a full recovery with, like, no consequences, but he's gonna be asleep for a few hours. At least.
Have him maybe be productive. and have to listen to him talk, or just leave him like this.
But you're really
Ew.
faint.
Oh, have him maybe be productive, and have to listen to him talk, or just leave him like this.
Decisions.
Okay, Louis, just wake him up however you deem fit. I'm gonna go back to helping out.
Alright. It's still a bit hard to hear you, but Lumi tries to like shake Tento. He's not gonna wake up. Not without serious intervention.
How far is the river?
Are you gonna drown him?
Down like 2 layers of hill, and then like, I don't know, 800 feet from there.
Just roll me down into the river.
No. You gotta do the anime slap across the face 50 times, and then he'll wake up.
Yeah, that's what Lumi can do.
Well, I
I
mean,
don't want to be slapped by claws. That
he's like
sounds.
clapping and nudging him, and he's not waking up.
Lumi's gonna sit on your face, and the tail wag is gonna slap you.
I mean, many humorous attempts are made by Lumi to awaken Tento, each more egregious than the last. She even draws a little mustache on, but
Ow! She doesn't have thumbs. How is she holding anything? What is she
She
using?
Has her ways.
There's a
she's
mouth.
dipping her like claw in like an inkwell and then scribbling.
Why is she?
Have
Where did
you
she get
not-
the inkwell from?
Have you not seen Okami?
I was about to say, yeah.
Oh.
The whole thing with a wolf.
Oh,
with
she has a little
pen.
flea on her. That does all the drawings.
Yeah, so Tento, Lumi, Lonnie, a humorous exchange goes on, and regardless, unless like smelling salts are used or a spell is cast, he's out for the next like 6 to 8 hours, and he will be awake in the evening.
Like a cure wounds kind of spell, or like a lesser restoration?
You think you're gonna have to cure? You would probably have to be lesser restoration because you think he's like. He is just asleep, but this seems like a sleep induced by the experience of taking the drug. Not the drug, I mean the poison, really.
Alrighty, Lumi. Anything you want to do while we still can, or should we just finally wake him up?
And she's like, oh, and she kind of like tears at his pack and like attempts to liberate any meat that he has in his possession. But aside from that, she's good to go.
Yeah, let's not go in my pack.
Oh, is there something in there I should know about?
Well, Lonnie cannot unfortunately gauge the reactions from Tento, who is stone cold asleep.
I can Lonnie like just go and doodle a full-on like face on him, just like all the doodles on his face and
Yes.
stuff.
You doodle a funny face with a little curly mustache.
If
and
any
glasses
other
on.
tattoos are exposed, like draw little like flowers on them and stuff.
You know, Oroshi's over here in town raising morale, being serious. Like, we got this, guys. We're gonna fight for our
I am
lives. We're gonna
raising
fight
my
for our
own
homes."
morale, okay?
And then you guys over
That's
here
important.
fucking doodling on Kento's face.
That's important.
Indeed. So you awaken the Tento.
Also, somewhere on the back of him, I just want to write like hit me, like somewhere that's like hard for him to see.
Amazing.
Then I go use that
Back of the neck, yeah.
restoration.
Tento, you awaken. You feel jerked awake from a sleep too soon. You feel a
happened?
bit disturbed, and the world opens up to you with lens flare with a ringing sound, like you've just started a first-person shooter video game. And you're like, oh, and you look around, and the first NPC you see is Lonnie. She hands you a gun. No.
Why?
Your vision is a little too light, but it fades as the light of the sun comes and overrides it.
Am I dead?
Let me lick your face.
Alright, I'm not dead. That's good. Alright. Wow, that was a... I need to go talk to Zion.
Okay.
Are you done up here?
Not quite. Why is Zion?
Because I need to borrow something.
Okay, oh, have fun walking back.
You're a little quiet, Casey.
Am I still? I had to move my microwave because I'm eating.
Ah,
I didn't realize it would like make that much of a difference. Well, have fun walking. I still need to finish up some stuff here.
All right, so technically speaking, you finished helping Bayama set up, but I guess
Yeah, I still wanted to like try. I still want
you
to
wanna
like try to
investigate,
investigate this. See if like knowing about the ritual would help gain insight on like, cause like this isn't something that like can be done at any shrine, I presume. This kind of thing, or is this like a just because like she knows how to do it?
this is not and it can be done anywhere kind of thing at all. No.
Okay, but it's not like tied to her and her knowledge. It's like it's something about this place, right?
Something about this object that you see that at the top of with these two pedestals in this trench.
Yeah, knowing that, like that's what I want to like try to like examine it again, like knowing what type of things can be done on this land.
Yeah, give me an investigate. Tenta, you're gonna pop off.
wait, did you draw my hands?
Yes, there's like little flowers on your birthmarks roots now.
It's like, what the fuck are... Lonnie! She's like, what the...
He's like trying to keep a straight face and not giggle while she's like, look, she's gonna pretend to be like very preoccupied.
He's gonna walk up there like, what, why are there flowers on my hands?
Bayama looks at you and like stifles a laugh, and she's like, "Oh, I take it you had a very instructive trip.
I look at her, there's more on me, isn't there, Lonnie?
It seems like you've really blossomed since your last encounter."
Well, good to see you still have a sense of humor. Didn't laugh when I made jokes, but that's fine.
And she's like,
Make
"Oh, I'm
jokes?
sorry. Somehow I find this much more humorous."
Lonnie.
Look, you gotta ask Lumi what happened. Lumi was the one watching you.
Lumi sticks her tongue out.
Lonnie, you're bad at lying.
She technically hasn't lied. She just said, you gotta ask Lumi what happened. She was the one watching you.
Lumi doesn't have... Well, okay. Where do these flowers come from, Lumi? I just show her. Or who drew on me?
Lumi's like, "What?"
I'm sure it wasn't you. You don't have thumbs.
Lumi like tries to brush off her like inked claws in the grass.
There's only one other person that could possibly do this.
Okay, I
Milani?
see two people with thumbs here.
I
Really, it
don't
was
think Bayama
Bayama.
would do that.
Also,
She seems like a real stick in the mud.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Just because I care what people do in the graveyard I keep as my profession, I'm the killjoy.
Well, speaking...
I'll have to talk to the dead about it, that one.
look,
I mean,
Scout.
you are the killjoy.
Look, Scout. Magic does weird shit, and that venom. I mean, I guess it's not particularly like magic,
Yep,
but it
it's
still
not
does some
magic. Yeah,
weird-
go on.
It still does some weird stuff. Okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Now, weren't you gonna go talk to Zion?
Now, what was the weird stuff that happened, Lonnie? Because I sure as hell didn't do this to myself. Otherwise, Lumi would
Sure
have
you
done
didn't?
something.
You sure you didn't? You were knocked out.
I think you would have told me if I did this to myself.
Oh no.
I wasn't watching you the whole time.
Roll
You are
to-
linked to Lumi. You see what she sees.
the in-gas lightning. Yeah.
What? I'll be the bigger person here. It's fine. You get one, Lonnie. Now, did you write? Is this still permanent? Can I wash this off?
I mean, to be like, they do look rather pretty on you.
That's not the question I asked, Lonnie. I asked if this was permanent.
Lonnie just shrugs. And it's like, she just shrugs and goes back to inspecting the
Sufficient application of spit and rubbing does seem to smudge it.
I don't have that much spit. Am I close to the
Lonnie
lake?
probably only had stuff that she would like write on parchment with.
You're a little bit of a walk down to the river.
She wasn't particularly trying to make it permanent. She just grabbed what she had on her and did.
You know what? He's gonna take. I'm presuming his little canteen's just gonna take some water and start like rubbing his face and like his hands.
Yeah, I'm
He
just
just
like,
assumes you-
well,
just-
at least you're taking some steps towards cleansing yourself of all that Sunda.
Yeah. See what I have in the bag.
So,
Oh, I totally like wrote it on like the hood of his. I totally wrote the hit me on like the hood of his cloak or something.
Yeah,
like,
he
when
just
has it up.
assumes that you wrote on his skin.
yeah.
Then he starts going towards Zion as he's like trying to wash himself off.
Oh God, I wish Kai was here.
So, Lonnie, do roll me your investigate, but Zion.
That is
Orochi, you do a good job. You managed to raise morale. You've gotten Zap and the Tavern Squad on board.
Oh my God. Stop and get investigate. I'm gonna guidance this.
All right. Yeah, you're trying to investigate just like the workings of the device. Casey?
Wait. I'm just like trying to like figure out what it could possibly be for. Yeah, and
It's
like I didn't notice. I didn't think about the slash before. Like, does that look like it was like a purposeful kind of slash or like accidental damage?
on the pedestal or on the grave sites.
Oh, I thought like one of the one of like the plate
Pedestals, yeah, is a little fucked up, yeah. Yeah, so it just looks like Bayama sees you looking at them and he's like, oh yeah, I hear there was some summonings before my time that really got a kind of haywire. There's no way to fix or fill in those pedestals. They're kind of resistant to change, unless it's a spirit. So she shrugs. We just pretty them up as much as we can.
What does the spirit breaking part of the shrine usually mean?
It was all before my time, but apparently sometimes the spirits come back and they're very shrugs. Ornery? I mean, sometimes the dance is intense, you know?
Oh, I was like kind of bashing out of character. Like, is it like always like anger or something, or is it like?
Not most. I mean, like, she would say. I mean, it's not necessarily they're angry, but I wasn't there, so I couldn't say. I think it's just how intense it is. We tend to bring back the spirits of people who, you know, liked each other, so I've never really seen them get angry at each other. I don't know what that would be like. She's like,
But yeah, just no other like clues on the pedestal that might.
it seems very
indicate
deliberately
that-
designed and of functional architectural make. In terms of any residue or anything else that might have led you closer to its origins or its nature, I mean, this is a secret of 1,000 years. People have been taking good looks at this pedestal the whole time. It ain't available on the surface.
Okay.
And it's definitely been well cleaned since its last operation, which had to be at least a month ago, so there's not really any evidence.
Are there any particularly old trees here?
Yeah, there's some very... shit. Are you fucking kidding me? Sorry, I clicked on something on my hotbar and I'm trying to get us to the fight. Yeah, there's a very old tree. You want to cast Speak with Animals on it?
Speak with animals, yeah.
I mean, speak with plants.
Same
Yeah.
difference.
Okay. Yeah, you speak to the tree. It waves at you and is like.
I don't speak
"No."
for the trees.
You're not the Lorax, no. So you're gonna cast a spell, right?
Yeah.
A particularly venerable tree sort of sways and in response to any questions would say, I was but a seed when these glowed blue each night. And it's like this tree down here over this grave. I have long fed and nourished off of the land stuffed with the dead. But this place is older. The structure on the hill has changed, but there was always something. When the lights dance, this world and the next, the two I am between. It tastes of the blue flame.
Wait, did it say it glowed?
It said that this place glowed blue every night. The pedestals.
Just the pedestals.
Well, the tree is a little limited in its ability to explain more, but what question in particular would you ask?
When did it stop? Or did it still glow every night?
Seasons on seasons on seasons on seasons. Many times have we turned. A faint thing. Like the dying of the ground plant. But longer.
You don't remember anything else around the time that it stopped?
Not one time. Just less each year. Less each season. Less each turn. I think the things forgot. Or maybe they had no need. Sweet, sweet taste. The blue flame.
Okay. Well, I have no idea how to interpret that. One more thing before I go. I just want to ask Bayama, like, does she know what kind of spirit is contained in the spirit tablet?
She's like, oh, the guardian spirit of our village?
Mm-hmm.
She looks over at it. She looks at you. And she's like, no, I just know the prayer written upon it. And she actually turns like a grim face to you as she says, I just know the prayer written upon it. Why do you ask?
What kind of grim face? Like, I'm sad I don't know more, or that prayer is a bad thing?
Concern about why you're asking about what's in their guardian spirit tablet right before a big fight.
I am just worried about if things go unexpectedly.
I can't hear you over the music at this point. Like
I'm not that far from my mic. I'm just worried about if things go unexpectedly.
And she grimaces and she's like, well, the prayer is pretty simple. When all hope is lost for this place, cast this stone to dust, and all foes shall be made waste. No greater monument shall stand in remains.
So it's that kind, okay.
And she kind of grimaces and she's like, yeah, I mean, the village has never really been threatened, but I'm gonna guess nobody's brought up the topic of using it because nobody ever thought it would be a great idea. Technically speaking, the guardian spirit is supposed to defend the village, but technically speaking, guardian spirits are most strongly compelled to defend the shrine. So depending on what kind of spirit is in there, I mean, I can't imagine it's evil or anything. There might be casualties? Okay. But I guess if we had nothing else to do, I mean, I'm gonna stay here, and if I see orcs coming up this hill. I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
But best if it doesn't happen at all.
Better to not find out. Yeah. So you good with Bayama? You've talked to her. You've talked to Tento. Okay. You guys spend the night in preparation. Zion works on the catapult. Zion and 120L complete the catapults in the morning. Cast.
Didn't Tento want something from Zion?
Oh yeah. Tento? Do you get something from Zion?
Yeah.
What are you gonna get from Zion?
I'm gonna get the real blade.
Oh. You approach Zion and you ask Zion for the rebel. The thing is, Kai isn't here. I don't know. Do you think?
I that's the thing. I hate it when
Zion-
this happens because I feel like every time he's gone, I need to ask him an important question.
So
I
like,
think
yeah.
So the other thing is, you know it's in there. You can technically get it.
Right, but I mean,
It's just would you explicitly bypass Zion?
I mean, I assume
Well, you
what,
still need to get
what
the
he said
bag
is
full of
Tento
drums.
comes and asks Zion for the rebel blade. The question is just the people piloting Zion think Zion would surrender the rebel blade.
I mean, Zion doesn't. Last time Tento asked for the blade, Zion just gave it to him.
Also,
no, he never gave me the blade before. He never let me touch it. Last time I asked for his bag, he gave me the bag.
yeah, it's like you are being completely upfront to it about it, right?
Yes, I'm like, Zion need to see the real blade.
The last time anything involved the rebel blade
Was you guys trying to sell
Zion
it?
asked, yeah, and then Zion asked Lonnie. I don't know if, but like this is like a different circumstance.
Am I misremembering? Didn't you ask for the rubber blade when you went to the smithy and tried to smelt it?
There was
No.
another time after that though that like we were talking about offloading it because yeah, I think with why am I blanking on his name? Is it Yamlon?
Yeah.
Oh,
young
Merchant.
one.
Oh yeah.
But that is a hey, let me let you have this versus hey, let's get rid of this permanently kind of case.
This is Tento's
I
gonna ask for the
kind of
blade.
don't, cause like especially because it's Tento and Tento knew Kabancho. I don't think Zion would question it, but I'm not, 100%.
All right, so that is from the two controllers. 1.5 votes to Zion opens the bag. Tento reaches into the bag. The rebel blade slides out. It doesn't glow in your hands. You don't hear anything. As far as you're aware, it's a katana with the slightest bit of rattle in the hilt. Maybe it's going to need to be replaced sooner or later.
It is wrapped in I can't
Oh,
remember, like leather
yeah.
or something.
Yeah, it's wrapped. It's all wrapped up. Are you gonna? It's
gonna-
in the sheath. Are you gonna take it out?
Yeah, he's like gonna take it out. Like,
Draw the
Okay.
blade. You're holding the katana in your hand.
Bancho, Akechi.
You say the name. You don't see or hear or feel anything, but you hold the blade and you say the name.
Anything?
No. You've seen this blade full of energy. It was almost always when it was being wielded by Kabancho. You think that something of his presence was in that flame. His presence igniting it. Or perhaps that of the Akechi's spirit. Perhaps both. Two spirits debatably close in life. What are you gonna do?
He's like, I know it has something to do with this fucking sword. I should ask for advice.
Mhm.
Who's the smartest person I know?
Are you monologuing in front of Zion?
Yeah, as
He
120L goes blam, blam, blam on the catapult.
Boom, boom, boom. Yes, I am monologuing.
In front of Zion, asking about who's the smartest person. You'd be offended by that.
I don't think Zion cares. It's probably wondering why the Tento's talking to a sword again.
Is it cursed?
Well, here, don't split the story. Well, I guess I'll keep this on me for now, because it has to do something with the guy.
Alright. Are you keeping it wrapped up? Or are you keeping that shit, like, on your hip?
Oh, that thing's far too big for me to keep on my hip.
Okay, so you could, do you, well, I mean, you could back, you could,
Yeah, it's on my back now.
okay, but is
And
it
it's
still
definitely
bundled?
wrapped up because
Okay, yeah,
it's
yeah.
definitely bundled up.
One more bundled sword on Tento's back isn't going to stand out that bad. Yeah, so you guys wander and there's a lot to do in the night. There's water to be carried. There's arrows to be planted. There's sawing and hammering through the night. It is hard to get a decent rest. But the next day comes. Lonnie, I'm assuming you keep your practice of honing the eye on a position, right?
Yeah.
Roll me that check
God.
for the next day.
Is this also advantage for the whole day, or?
No, because something might happen the very first time you do it.
Okay. Great.
It's just like you woke
That
up.
is comforting.
You woke up. You,
Okay, not the.
Counterspell.
I don't know if this counts
That's
as a
all you
spell,
hear.
actually.
You perform the ritual. You dive with the eye. You gaze down. You see
For a
their
hot
force.
second, I heard you die.
The force is
I heard
coming.
too.
You see people in the mountains looking down at the grass below. There's a path down, but it's long and winding, and one of the carts is overturned. They're gathering up what's spilled there. And, your eye swings upon a pale Kartek. A Karteshk, by the looks of him. And a dripping, blood-red blade. There's no mistake in your mind. Kumo no Itsurugi. And... wow. Yeah. The, you really gonna do me like this right now, Roll20? Come on. Roll20? Roll20 is actively doing me like this right now.
Oh no. Roll 20, please.
So I gotta... It is not
Why
rolling.
you gotta be so rude?
You guys seen the rolls?
No.
I've clicked...
Nope.
I'm just clicking buttons that should be making rolls happen and none of them are showing up. Well,
You're just clicking.
anyway, you know what?
Do you
Fuck
want
it.
to tell one of us what to roll?
No, don't
No,
worry.
it's not
Analog. Oh my god, that's bad news bears for you guys.
Oh.
Thanks.
Read them and weep.
but it
That's a
it-
20 right there.
It wasn't in roll 20, so it doesn't count, right?
Unfortunately,
yeah,
it was a roll of 20. I'm afraid it counts in roll 20 terms. Yeah, so you see the world is awash in like a blue tone, right?
Mhm.
A white light kicks on over his eyes, and they seem to swivel his head right up at you. And his gaze looks in to you. Roll me a charisma save.
Good at those, right?
At this case,
Please don't say anything right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Regrettably, that does not beat a 29.
What?
Well,
Can't beat a 29!
Oh, well, is that okay, let me put it this way. If you had rolled the best you could have, because you rolled what?
maybe a 27.
Rolled a 14. If you'd rolled a bit higher, I would have had this go a little differently. So you didn't roll in vain. You did roll well. But
9?
but you feel consciousness brush up against your own, and
Just the way you
you
fucking said it.
feel two words upon your soul.
Fuck off.
Divinity
starting.
approaches. And yeah, you exit the site with a white light, and like a slight ringing in your ears, slightly overpowering your vision. You have to blink a few times and rub your eyes to get it out. The blue glow is almost more of a sedate teal from under the patch this time. Lumi informs you.
Wait, sorry, repeat that last sentence?
The blue, you know how like I've been describing ever since like a certain event occurred. There's been like
Yeah.
a blue glow from under your eye patch,
Uh-huh.
with the full blue eye. It's more of a sedate teal this time, and your eyes are like there's like a white light intensely burning over you, like a fluorescent light is like been like pointed in your face too long, and you're having to rub it out.
Oh, fine.
And you get the distinct impression that based on where they are and how far away it felt like they will probably be here by tonight. Dawn of the
Okay,
final
so-
day.
Question. That ritual. When she's like, oh yeah, it needs to be in 2 days or whatever, does she mean like...
Tonight. Sorry to clarify. She means tonight.
Okay, like midnight counts as the next day, right? Kind of thing.
No, yeah, she's talking about the like it honestly it seems like they're gonna coincide with about the time of the ritual.
After...
Coincidence? I think not.
What is it?
Also, when he's like divinity approaches, is it in like such a way where like I like is compelling enough to actually believe, or is it just like, oh my god, like this guy's so full of himself?
Roll me an insight with disadvantage, because this is really hard to tell because it's not a spoken communication and a lot of other factors, but you might get something out of this.
Oh, disadvantage, right? Yep, sounds about right.
I mean, he's full of himself. who's to
Like, am I
say?
like legitimately afraid of him right now?
That's up to you. I will say, the last person you saw that directly see the eye and reach out was Tumoku Iron Eye himself. So, think about Lonnie's feelings about that individual when that happened. And how long it's been. And now someone else can do that too.
Okay, that's fair.
So that, I would say that's gotta inform to some degree how she feels about it, but at the end of the day, it's your roleplay decision. He's certainly not upplaying the fact that he has spiritual powers. Like, they're there.
Lonnie will like kind of like absentmindedly like let some like I guess like let Scout know like they're gonna be here tonight. You should let the others know. Also, it was like specifically night, right? Like it's gonna be after.
Yeah, you don't think that they're going to be here by daylight, but if they just press and make the attack as soon as they arrive, it would be tonight.
Okay, yeah, Lonnie's gonna like kind of absentmindedly tell Scout and it's like let others know. Refresh that.
Alright, so this is the final day. The
Does
catapult is in
Lonnie stutter all
operation.
that?
She seems kind of shook.
Are you okay?
We'll be fine.
That's not what I asked. I asked if you were okay.
It'll be
Like right now, Lonnie, are you okay?
it'll be fine.
What do you mean it'll be fine? We'll be fine. Lonnie, what's wrong? What did you see?
He's not kidding about his powers.
You know, I expected that much, but I mean, we faced off against worse. I don't know, like what else did like? Yeah, we definitely faced off worse. So like, what's wrong? We've definitely seen worse.
We haven't gone up against many of the we haven't gone up against many spiritual things, especially powerful ones.
I'll give you that. I was gonna say spiritual things. I'm pretty sure we went against a ghost whale. Don't you remember the ghost whale? Well, I guess we didn't fight that one.
Yeah.
All I'm gonna say, Lonnie, is we got this, right?
I mean, Fault's technically not
Hmm?
Fault's technically from a demon, and that's also a whole different thing.
Wait, what?
I'm just reading Roshi's
Oh.
comment.
My side commentary.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Don't forget about that. Yeah, it's like we'll make it. We'll be fine, right, Lonnie? Like, we're gonna be okay.
Yeah, did you hear
Promise.
Roshi's speech last night?
Ignoring that.
No, Lonnie!
Yeah, it's gonna ignore that. We're gonna be fine.
We're gonna be fine.
We're gonna be fine, Lonnie.
Lonnie
gonna be
does
fine.
not seem terribly confident going in, but she's also like not, pulling her hair out or anything like that.
Alright, well.
She's gonna go and tell Bayama, because she also wants to transfer the bond over to her.
Mhm.
Yep, and Tento's gonna start telling people, hey, it's gonna be tonight. Let's get this shit on the road.
The news spreads through town. The attack is tonight. And people are like shook, but getting ready. Orochi, you're doing your final round before it's probably time to bunker down your positions. Come across Merrick playing his lyre, singing a song. 10 claws to 1. 10 claws to 1. Hills over saffron field. Who could guess what would transpire there, and change to whom the heart of the samurai yields? And he's just sort of laying it down, and people are, listening to this famous ancient ballad about some saint or other. Merrick has not signed up yet. He's not running, but he hasn't really committed to do anything. It's clear to you he commands the intention of many people, and his music is something else. Perhaps a touch of the logos to it. You think he's a true bard in the capital B sense. Maybe he's not a warrior, but that's some pretty powerful stuff.
I don't know how to approach this one.
Sure, just want to yell at him or something like that.
Something tells me this is not the type. This is not the situation to start yelling.
By the way,
know, man.
you could roll a religion if you want to know more about the song that he's singing. There's a lesser-known warrior saint, Akechi, from the unassuming, fishing village of Yortara. One important stage in his life, he crossed blades with the claws of a Loan, a lion person, on a hill in the west of Saffron province, where he was, a loyal retainer to his lord.
Also sound familiar?
His dear friend Date died in the battle, and was buried there along with some others. However,
now you finally get to know her.
In the fight, his heart turned away from his lord when he realized he was part of an extermination unit. And he had been sent here on false pretenses, and the objective wasn't to, drive out a military force. It was to clear out the and this is the middle of a Kehoe civil war. Clear out the beast folk because they were considered to be on the other side of a civil war. Despite being a loyal samurai, he could not abide this order and turned against his own lord. This made him such a divisive figure because, you're not supposed to go against the person who you're sworn to, but the side he joins wins. And Kehoe history, such that it mythically gets passed down to us, is that, he joined the side of the righteous. So what is one supposed to draw from his story? Is it a good thing to rebel sometimes? Should you be loyal up to a point? Should you listen to your heart? Who knows? But the story of 10 to 1 is of somebody who, despite having just lost a clear personal friend to this enemy, ultimately lays down his sword and joins them. And it is a curious decision for Merrick to play. It evokes inner conflict.
Roshi's gonna walk up to Merrick and Merrick, that's a beautiful song, but it's also a very interesting choice.
You must forgive me. I have spent much time reminiscing on that symbol, the rebel blade. What it meant in such a hero's hands. Of course, there are many heroes, many sword saints, but there's always been something that so fascinated me about this Akechi character. He was virtuous, not unlike Osor, but clever, not unlike Ashet. Truly, it is a shame he was not reared in our land, that he might have been in Aurorii. He had the heart of one who could truly be a noble of the hearth. But yes, I suppose my heart drifts to these thoughts in times like these. Who can say why? And he kind of gives you a knowing look as if though to say, maybe you can.
Well, I think it's a beautiful song and it's fitting for the time of the hour.
In this age of rebellion.
We all need to make a decision tonight. Stand among brothers and sisters, or try to survive the night.
Everyone's like, yeah, we gotta stand firm together. And everyone's kind of looking at Merrick as they say stand firm together. And Merrick's like, well, I don't intend to run, or I would have gotten while the getting was good. He doesn't say anything else, but everyone's looking at him very expectantly, and looking at you expectantly.
I appreciate your choice to staying, Merrick. I know a lot of people look up to you and seek for your advice.
Kind. I am but a humble bard observing first true battle of my lifetime.
I will say, there are lots of songs after battles, retelling the tale of what happened.
Indeed. I shall tell the story of the Battle of Tordahn. Well, I do not yet know its name. The song, I do.
I'm sure it'll come to you afterwards.
Indeed.
But will you be taking an audience stance in this song, or would you be part of the song, be a character in it?
Yeah, he thinks about that with a tantalizing prospect, and he looks at you, and he thinks about it, and he says, "It would be quite a sight for a bard such as me take the field. But I suppose, as the Grand Viceroy of Murko once did, one could be a bard upon the field of glory." Give me a persuasion with advantage.
Got this, right?
Oh my fucking
Here's
God.
the thing. Here's the
Why are
thing.
you so bad?
Merrick, as you speak, Merrick strums. And he strums a tune that inspires you. Roll me an extra d6. Yeah. Merrick inspires you. Whether he needs somebody else to say it, or he didn't even realize what he was doing, you help him talk him into it. He says, well, I suppose I should take my side in history. Who's with me? Woo! Merrick joins the fray as a squad leader.
I raise my arm like, I knew you would join us, Merrick. Thank you so much. And I go like to clap him on the back,
Mhm.
and then as I clap him, I shoot celerity into him to give him like a jolt,
Mhm.
get his blood pumping.
He's like, yes.
Scared the fuck out of him?
Hey,
Yeah.
Jesus, what are you doing?
He's like, I
This is
feel so
how
alive.
Windburners greet each other. Waveburners greet each other.
I mean, he's not a wave burner, but who knows?
Yeah. The Reed Walkers arrive. They give us a salutation and they hold aloft the horn they have received and another horn, and they blow from both. 2 squads worth have arrived. People have vacated the southeastern portion. The Reed Walkers take up stealth positions around that area, ready to burst forth and flank the enemy. You do not yet see any rebels come from the Old Bailey, but if they are arriving, it will be late in the day. Could even be into the night. On the horizon, people begin to cry out, I've spotted them! I've spotted them! They're here! The Old Long Creek! And everyone starts to realize that they're going to be here. They're going to be here soon, soon, soon. And soon again they shall be here. As the day drags on and your defenses are prepared, you see...
Question.
Oh, yeah, I mean, your preparation does occur. Your mean lock does get placed.
Well, it's only an hour long concentration, so I'm like, I don't know how timing works out, because like...
You, based on talking to your, allies here, will be able to coordinate such that the mean lock goes in at a time when it's not gonna, despawn annoyingly.
Okay, I will just let know to, just try to make them run away from, and just, gosh, what is it? Not like, I keep wanting to say denounce the religion, but I don't know, that's not quite right. But yeah, it's like doubt their,
Shake their faith, yeah,
doubt,
yeah.
shake their faith.
Plant the seed of doubt.
And
Yes.
just worry about your safety and not being seen.
Alright. By the time they're coming in the horizon, it's dark. Night is falling. And you have enemies up ahead.
Is that the mean lock?
The party is positioned here. Merrick and Saap, recruited by Orochi, are backing you up at this passage. Captain Zafia holds the line with 2 squads at the main passage.
Oh,
The 3 groups of archers watch the alley. The construct holds the bit. Tuva, Rock Splitter, and her squad behind, with Alton Hilda and 3 squads ready to reinforce any point that seems to waver.
yeah, I had let Bayama know, and I wanted to transfer the thing to her. Is there any details of when exactly it's going to?
When the ritual will occur?
Yeah.
Late at night. Normally they like to wait to midnight, but she says that she could probably do it as soon as the moon is clearly in the sky.
Okay, and about how long does it take?
She's like a few hours. I mean, I can't really put a strong estimate on it, but I'll do it as soon as I can.
Okay. Yeah, Molly just wants to try to get a gauge so she can guesstimate the timing from here.
Based on what you've heard with her when you were confirming, the battle will be met by the time the ritual occurs, if only just.
Mm-hmm.
They arrive, and in the distance, you can see them. They begin to break down trees, and they're setting some wood alight. You're not sure why. Maybe to fashion torches, maybe to do something else. Captain Zafia says, "Hold fast, men! Hold fast! We are the Aurori, the nobles of the hearth. These raiders, they are obsessed with their hierarchies, with their titles, with their misguided beliefs. We will show them steeled hearts and full hearts and burn them on our spirit. Ooh. People like stomp the tips of their spears. Merrick plays a tune on the lyre. Everybody's getting worked up. Altenhilda crouches with her people in the town hall, waiting for fight to be met. And in the dark of night, there is a clattering of armor and a heavy fall of hooves coming from somewhere to the north. It's about to be upon your ramp. I'm gonna position you guys and the sergeants here, and you're free to react how you will. Let me grab these boys. You're here with the innkeeper and the bard in their respective squads.
I did ask that cranky dwarf to make me something.
You did. You asked for.
I do have. And I want that with me.
What did you ask her for exactly?
To sketch out the symbol on a piece of cloth. Their symbol.
Yeah. She did it.
And Tintel's just gonna grab the stick.
Do you need me to? Oh, do you need me to put the descriptions of the tablets in the chat, or you got it?
Maybe you mean the ones that you're gonna use?
The ones I'm letting other people use.
Okay, and where are the tablets of fire supposed to go down?
We were talking. Unless the plan changed, the front one, the one that we're not at, like the one that probably is the main one they're defending.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about building a wall, and then once they breach that wall, light up the fire, and then once they breach the fire, knock them back into the fire with the wind tablet. And also use logs to try to keep them in the fire.
Yeah.
But yeah, let me know if you need the descriptions of the two tablets. Sorry, Darren, what were you?
Yeah, Tintel's just gonna grab the piece of cloth that you got from her and just tie it to a very long stick. And soak that thing in some alcohol and just wait. Unless they're charging at us. Unless I can see what's his face.
No, here's what you see. You guys are prepared for anything. You see a bramble boar emerge and let out a shout. And you see an heir of Osor in full plate raise his sword aloft and say, "Ho, brave warriors! I see Tordahn is prepared for battle. I hear news that there are those who would flee. Tell me, what foe do you stand against?"
The Chalk White Pride? Or Chuck,
The
sorry.
Bone Chalk Pride,
Bone Chalk Pride.
Ah! So those raiders dare show their face before honest steel. Let us show them Saint Osor's hospitality for ne'er-do-wells. And he rides up and says, "I would beseech you the honor of joining your side." And you
What
do
is...
see there is much to the back of him, another bugbear who's kind of "Oh, I just work here," who's his squire or something.
Hi. Yeah, okay, this is fine.
Excellent. So yeah, the heir of Osor rides up with a bramble boar, and he asks, "Where am I most needed?"
That's a good question. Where is he most needed?
Keep him here. You could send him away. You could have him back up Captain Zafia at the main line. You could have him pull up the rear.
I think you
Probably
should
in the
have him back
southwest
up.
of the main line.
Yeah. Just go to the main line, I guess.
Of course, we shall join them in the main and be prepared for battle met there. He salutes you once more and says, "Also his blessings upon you." And he rides off to join Captain Zafia.
Also, who has the tablet of wall of flames again?
I'm assuming Zafia has both of those tablets, right?
Yeah, I gave it to her. It was up to her to distribute it or keep it or whatever.
Yeah, so she has it arranged.
This spot would be perfect for a wall of flame, because you could wall of flame the whole fucking path, the middle path.
Well, I think they kind of needed it more.
Yeah, that's true. But
Yeah, so it is you see fires lit in the distance moving forth. They approach. They come towards the orchard with a lit fire out in the shadow. And what kind of a save is it against the mean locks effect?
I want to say wisdom.
Yeah, I think a wisdom is appropriate. They're getting frightened.
Also, a quick question for the party: who has smelling salts, if anyone, and potions on them?
I have.
Just like post it in chat while Lee's doing
okay.
that. I might distribute something before. But yeah, okay, continue on. Yeah, it's a wisdom. The fear aura is that's if they're starting their turn within 10 feet of it. DC 11 wisdom saving throw.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna say the mean lock is like teleporting around the trees and getting near them, and like teleporting away as they're like, "What's that rustle?" So like several of them are having to make the save, even though it's like a 10-foot aura, right?
Also, it can like.
Wait.
Telepathy like one specific person, and like also.
I'm sorry, I'm refreshing Roll20. It's literally not gonna let me roll anything.
Oof.
Like, I was clicking to make the wisdom save, so I'm like, oh right, Roll20 decided rolling dice isn't a feature of Roll20 anymore.
It can also like telepathically send hallucinations into like one person's.
So it basically is wreaking havoc.
Yeah. Project unsettling hallucinations into the minds of their prey. These hallucinations can take the form of terrible whispers or fleeting movements just at the edges of one's peripheral vision. And if they see actual fleeting movements in the corner of their eyes, that's a bonus.
You have that too, as in like the visions, Tento, or as in like you can't roll things?
Oh no, the cure wounds tattoo.
Oh yeah.
3 salts. Okay, you guys are fine. Okay, that's what I have then.
also, Lee, just as a reminder, because it might make a difference here, my furthest range is 240 feet.
Jeez.
To just start pelting them with
Does it take some pot shots? Yeah, I'd like to take some pot shots.
If only Guiding Bolt was a cantrip, I could have done that too. But yeah, I don't have either of them, so. And I wouldn't have wasted that many spells anyways.
Yeah, so there does seem to be some chaos in the ranks before
Hell yeah.
your enemies have quite reached you. They take torches into the orchard. There is a bit of chaos. The rest of them press forward. You can't really make out where most of them are going or what they're doing at this time. But you do see that there are enemies approaching you, and they are rushing, they are crying out, and yeah, so you have range. Give me like 3 shots to represent your pot shots at the enemies at range.
Can you see that far with dark vision though? Or is it not that dark yet?
Oh, it's
Is it that
dark?
dark?
Here's the thing. There's a full moon out, and there's torches all over. So,
Okay, cool.
they are actually in darkness, though, so yeah, I take disadvantage on all of it.
So
Oh, but you also have
Do these-
insight.
so for these 3 attacks, do I have a chance of sitting there and charging up after each attack? Or is this just pew pew pew?
You could, if you wanted to, charge up each shot.
Alright, then I'm gonna be charging up for every shot to do composite blast. And it's a disadvantage for each one?
Mm-hmm.
Unless your wind sight can
This
help
one- oh,
counteract that, I
Jesus
guess.
fucking Christ. My Dwarf's Discharge has 100 and 300 range.
Yeah, you wanna take a shot?
Ooh.
Also a disadvantage.
Ooh.
What the fuck?
You're
Ooh.
kidding me, right?
All right, you do pop somebody for
So
18.
shit.
You practically kill one of them, so there's that.
Are you
Power?
practically?
Wait, really?
You deal 18 damage and you hit with a 20.
So it's
The
disadvantage
wall of
shield
fire
of dark,
could kill
right?
everything.
You could have
So-
killed 3 of them if you had hit with all of them.
No. I don't know if you guys quite understand. Wall of fire does 5d8 damage.
That's a lot of damage. It's a disadvantage, right? To shoot?
You don't have
good thing we
yeah,
have
you
wall
don't
of
have
fire.
great dark vision. So you pop a light, a beam of light goes out into the night. Yeah,
You
Also,
also
I think
are
it's
shooting at.
disadvantage.
the
Yeah.
shot goes
Max range, I'm
wide.
assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
okay, no, he's not gonna do that anymore. That's
so this
the-
is the opening salvo. I have a question. Position yourselves, Orochi and Tento, where you are when you're shooting. Bear in mind, this is an elevated ledge. You can't be shooting from right where you stood right now. So Tento, you're like up on this corner, right? Behind like a
Yeah.
bush or something. Orochi, what about you?
Probably. Actually, I don't think I should be that far from everyone. Here.
Okay. Also a disadvantage due to like extreme range and whatever other factor. Arrows lash back out through the night.
Jesus. Oh well. Damn. All right.
Now, Orochi, you do have some projectile defense, but I don't think it's that good, is it?
It's not that high unless I have any
Okay.
innate like bonus from my position because I am above ground.
You're not in cover. You're both taking those hits.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's 5 piercing to Tento, 8 piercing to Orochi.
I'm
What
gonna
is-
have that.
What is this thing, by the way? Because I was gonna
Well,
try to.
I have a question. If 120L is here, who's manning the catapult?
Oh, is it not manable by?
Well, you could have other people do it. You do not have great faith that they will operate as the best possible siege team engineer.
Okay,
That's
then
good
yeah,
point.
sure.
They might-
120L can be off though.
All right.
That's a lot of
all right.
force for people that don't understand how it works
Yeah.
to operate.
Yeah.
Roll
Um,
roll an intelligence roll from 120L for me.
I'm gonna have that damage.
Quick question: is this just like a building? Are there any
Yeah, that's just
windows?
it's a house and there are windows. I will turn on dynamic lighting and hopefully not blind you
Okay.
all.
Can
Oh.
you leave the door
You're
open?
It definitely blinded me, y'all.
Well, Tento, I think that might be because of dark vision things.
Yeah.
No, I was blinded too.
Oh,
Mm.
oh, I could see. Lonnie's
Alright.
gonna be in here because Lonnie has to keep concentration for a bit. So. she's
all right,
gonna
I'll
start
leave. All
off
right,
in
so the door is
safety.
open. You're at the window.
And 120L. Where the frick are the characters? 120L. Intelligence.
Mhm.
Oh, you're not as smart as I hoped you would be.
Wow.
You're
So
no
insulting.
Zion.
Yeah. So you
Yeah,
see a
okay, then.
rock crash through the dirt and skid up in the distance. It looks like
Oh,
it
it's
did some
not
damage.
Dragushi?
Oh, you know they're loading that next. So
Oh yeah, that's the next thing on this list. Don't worry about
there's a
it.
brief repartee of fire, and then the enemies manage to reach the edge of the field. It is initiative time.
I'm assuming in this crowd we don't see. Like, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting their names.
You
The-
don't see
Jesus.
you don't
That
see
guy.
anyone who would appear to be a leader of the enemy forces.
That's concentration. I can't do that anyways. Okay.
You do see vaguely in the distance. It looks like the main of the enemy forces are striking the other gate right now, the other passage, and the tricks have yet to be unwound on them, but that will probably change soon.
Easter rolls.
Oh my god.
Darren, you technically do get to reroll that one.
No. It was supposed to be an 11.
Oh,
I would have rerolled it, believe me, but I got an 11.
Yeah, Shin, do you have Zion or do you want me to control Zion?
it's up to you. I do not currently have control over Zion, if that makes a difference.
I don't
Unlike-
think I have. Yeah, I don't have Zion's character. sheet
Yeah.
either.
So I don't particularly
edit.
care. I can do if you'd like.
I vote you.
Okay.
Heck.
Oh, wait. Did I hear? Did I hear Kai, or am I hearing things?
Heck.
Back.
I'm
Came
back
back.
for good.
I came back just in
Yay.
time.
Then time.
Amazing. Amazing.
Hey, so we actually got a very important question. Would you give Tento the arrow blade?
He just straight up asked for it.
Because you did. We're just asking if you would have.
Yeah.
We're checking our work. The people in control of Zion gave 1.5 votes in favor of yes.
I mean, no one told me not to, so yeah.
Awesome.
See?
Amazing.
It's like we're not permanently getting rid of it. It's one of us that's asking. I don't think Zion has
Yeah.
ever questioned any of us like
Hmm.
that.
It's worth noting that due to like the torches and the general fire of the battlefield, at this range, you guys are seeing them decently. So the in shadows is only gonna apply if someone's like truly in the shadow of something, if you see what I'm saying. So everyone is not stuck with night fighting if they don't have dark vision.
Oh, thank God.
Also question, are the fields 300 feet away from me?
Yes, you're within 30 feet of the fields that you want to flood.
And what is the general timer on the main lock? Like, is it like, has it been the hour, like, since they've like crossed the whole field, or?
Mean lock. The mean lock is probably around for another like 30 minutes.
Okay.
But it looks like some of the people who the mean lock got frightened are in the orchard trying to burn the orchard, and hacking at trees. You think they're chasing the mean lock.
Does it look like a lot of torches there, or?
Perhaps somewhere less than a dozen, more than
Okay.
4. Hard to say. In the night, you've seen shadows, figures, flame being tossed at great distance.
Otherwise, main lock is like out of range of everyone else, even with this like 120 feet of telepathy or something.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, cool. Then I'm just gonna maintain concentration, but I will totally let it drop if I have something better to do.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, you got a long rest. Everybody's full health, full resources.
Yep, full health.
Full health.
There
Um,
needs to be a good symbol for. You know what? A lock.
Orochi, you see behind this rock, a dude like pokes out to get a good look at you after seeing you pop those shots, and you feel like he's putting the mark of the prey upon you. That's his turn. The other guy is just gonna straight up try and shoot at Tento. I'm assuming Tento, due to your height and the fact you're behind a bush, you have some cover here. So your AC is like 2 higher.
Okay.
He shoots a longbow at you.
19.
But first, he smears an inky green rag over his arrow and then shoots his longbow.
God damn it. Are you fucking serious?
So I think that hits you, right?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, 10 piercing, make me a con save.
Gosh. Oh my gosh.
You are poisoned until the end of your next turn, and you take 1 poison damage.
Just so you know, in the poison rag text, it cuts
Off, yeah, I realized that and just came up with some shit on the spot.
Oh, okay.
My bad. Anyway, I'll write that in. So those are the Bone Shock Rangers. The Bone Hammer goes... and just absolutely goes ham. Doesn't even bother trying... Like, he's just trying to, like, absolutely tear up this countryside. He tries to leap and bound his way up. He's raging with advantage here.
Is this still enough?
But he kind of just like runs his head into the wall and then tries to like claw at it. He's not doing a great job.
He's not.
It's okay,
he's
baby.
trying.
All
He's
of us
trying.
have our bad days, especially
Yeah,
today.
you see, one of the Bone Chalk Warriors out in lead looks at you, Orochi, and even in the dark, you can see he's staring murderous daggers. You see a blast clearly took him, and like it was a lightning blast, right?
It was a composite, so it was lightning.
Yeah,
wind.
yeah, it singed like part of his armor off. You can see like the seared lightning wound. Like he looks at you like, "Fuck you, I'm coming for you." And he manages to clamber up to here as his movement, and
Oh, they can go straight up the hill?
no, he has to climb.
Oh, okay.
He's using everything
It's a
to
lot
get up
of
there.
smaller ledges. Like that's what this winding
Yeah.
path is. So it's like a little harder to just wall off this path
Yeah.
in the first
Uh,
place.
He's then gonna get like, yeah. So he's got to do all of his movement to get
Wish I did that
here.
earlier. Oh,
And he is going to like sprint up into like the cover here and just like hold that position for the moment. The other Bone Shock warriors, generally speaking, sprint for the path and cover. Yes.
Oh yeah, none of us have your character sheet.
I
so we
didn't
can-
realize.
roll it
nice.
down.
All I'm gonna say, you
Oh,
know,
look,
yay,
it's your
you're
turn.
all I'm gonna say is, if I had control,
Yeah. all
I
right,
would have
so-
rolled your initiative.
Well, to
So-
be fair,
None of us
So-
had
back
control.
as we were rolling initiative.
So
So.
the Bone Shock
we were all
warriors.
talking about how we didn't have control, so we couldn't roll your initiative. So we would have all rolled. We just couldn't.
It's the Bone Chalk Warriors' turn. Yeah, I gave it to you, literally, as Kai returned. The
Uh,
Bone Chalk Warriors spend their turn rushing up. Zion, it is your turn. 120L is operating the catapult, presently shooting rocks. Soon to shoot your goosies, you know. And it's fighting elsewhere. You are here on the fields. The enemy are coming up. There's some hooch. There's some log
So-
traps.
So this is a hill to go up, right?
This is like a thing. This is like a 5-foot elevated up a bit. It's actually like 10 feet here and 5 feet.
Oh, okay. Well, go 5, 10, 15.
This is just a drop down.
Can I hit him from here?
Yeah, I think he's
Bonk
within,
him on the head.
I think he's within 5 feet of you. Yeah.
All right, well, I'm just gonna kneel down and just give him a nice
Pop to bed.
knock on the head.
Oh
That's-
my god.
Thunder claps him
As
upside the
soon
back.
as Kai
So
comes
light-
Someone
back,
is rolling well.
The lightning takes him in the breast, and the thunder claps him upside the back of the head. As the bonus +2 from the crit alone would have been enough to put him under. He's taking a
Kai,
little nap in the day.
For
He's
context,
taking a little
before
nap.
you came back,
he's sleeping.
I had a chance to do a ranged volley against these people, and
Mhm.
I rolled 2 nat 1s
Oh, jeez.
for 2 out of the 3 attacks.
To be
Uh-huh.
fair, he was at disadvantage for all of them.
Uh,
So it was
Alright.
6 rolls, not just 3.
So Zion, you walk up, you clap this guy. You see a lot of people are looking at you, and they're starting to like gesticulate and say, "Take down the plate warrior."
well. Sure.
Yeah, take him down.
Yeah, I'll come down.
You step down. You boom. Dirt is kicked up.
25,
You emerge from the dirt cloud, just like. Whoop.
30.
Also, Kai, you missed a perfect chance to hit Tento because Tento, unless he noticed it last night, still has a sign on his fucking
I
cloak.
would think he would once he changed his clothes.
I will use my bonus action to. Is this bonus action? I think it's bonus action.
1 HP.
No. To equipose Moonblood Core?
Oh shit.
What is this one?
It's the one where he sheds a really bright light.
Liquid
Yes,
light
bonus
unfurls from within you.
Anyone targeting him has disadvantage.
Did we ever figure out how many rounds that lasts?
Oh shit, you're
Plot
right.
convenient amount of time.
An amount of time, yeah.
Yeah.
Zion, so that's your turn, right?
Yes, indeed. It's my turn.
I just remember that was like always a question every time this popped up.
Tento, it is your turn, Toe. You are poisoned, so that means disadvantage on attack rolls until you stop being poisoned, which will happen at the end of your turn.
And ability checks.
I guess I'll just shoot at this berserker here. It's my last bullet before I have to reload.
All right.
Disadvantage, right?
Yeah. Also because he's got like cover against the dirt disadvantage. So
I
just,
mean
you know,
the head. He's got his head in the dirt.
yeah, definitely disadvantage however you slice it. Shot.
Oh, I get to reroll
Damn.
that,
You
right?
get to reroll the 1. You are lucky.
2 and a
Wait,
1.
so if I re-roll that 1, do I have to take the 9 if it's like?
Yeah, you will.
Yeah.
So you'll
It's
still.
Oh,
the
so it doesn't
9
matter either way.
versus-
Yeah.
Yeah, you miss. The light goes and bores its way through the dirt, and the bone hammer looks up. And is like, huh? Almost confused. So is that your turn, Toe?
Does it stay for the whole turn?
Yeah, it stays for the turn. At the end of your turn, it goes away.
Okay, so he's gonna try to sneak, kind
Alright.
of stealth.
All right, give me stealth. I believe, yeah, with disadvantage still because you're like, fuck, from that nasty burn.
That was a nasty hit too. I didn't think they're gonna attack me. I thought we were higher on initiative. I did not. I don't know why it says I have heavy armor.
Yeah, but you still, with the heavy heart, you managed to hide real fucking well.
I rolled in that 20.
Yeah. Orochi, it's your turn.
All right. I am going to. I'm going to like slide down, come up behind Zion, get really fucking blinded by his light. But I'm gonna be
Blinded,
waving my
blinded.
arm around, and as soon as I make contact, I'm gonna give him celerity for. Oh god, how long do I get? You get this for 1 round per level, so you get this for 8 rounds.
What the fuck?
But
You
I
gain-
take a point of burn for this.
You gain celerity and you can move real fast.
Nice.
That's Oroshi's turn, right?
And with that, I'm going to skedaddle back up.
Gonna crawl back up and
Fire
just
that.
fly over there.
I'm just gonna somersault backwards, land up here, and just like be like blinking my eyes. I'm like, oh my god, that was so much better up close.
Oh gosh, especially going back into like pretty dark area. That's gonna hurt.
And that will be my turn.
Lonnie, it is your turn.
So
You do see
What-
that there's people streaming in. There'll be more people streaming in sometime soon. It seems battle is met nearby. It's hard to tell in the chaos of the night. There's still the potential to activate the flood, but that would of course mean dismissing the mean lock.
yeah, what their boss isn't here, right?
No.
You don't see Tregor.
Like, do I see anywhere in the distance where like it would like that seems like, oh yeah, that's totally where their leader is, or
You do not have a line of sight on Tregor. They are masses of moving darkness until they get a bit closer. Because like, what's the limit on your dark vision?
I think just 60 feet. I didn't know if like
Yeah.
torches or something would light up something that.
I mean, you definitely occasionally catch glimpses of enemies in the torchlight, but in the chaos of battle, you just don't get a direct confirm on Tregor. All you see is the raiders before you. Speaking of raiders before you, the lollygaggers are raiding with a party of 11. That's
Yeah.
11 Bone Chalk Pride warriors joining the fray. Thank you, raiders. This is gonna go so well for our heroes. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I don't
up
like
to
this
11
anymore.
lollygaggers. 5, 6, 7. Yes, hello. The Battle of Tordahn has met. So, Lonnie, what's the play? You don't have line of sight. You don't know where Tregor is. You haven't seen Zamak either.
I don't think this can create movement, but I'm just going to pop this is not concentration, a minor illusion of an anorak like here. So or I guess like here because I'd be closer in my line of sight. So like edge of the torchlight, so it's extra hard to see if it's actually real.
Mm-hmm.
And I am going to spiritual weapon at second level. Right, yeah, right there. And I
Yeah.
want to attack the berserker.
A red wreathed in fleshy vine Naginata emerges from some spectral unrealm, much to the surprise and chagrin of the foes. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
second level. Yeah,
It
starts at
descends
the
and
first level.
swipes
Okay.
at your foe. Give me that attack.
So spiritual weapon at second level.
It's
Oh
like,
wait,
Tinto's gonna
no.
be like,
Never
"Why
mind.
did you
Third
say
level. I'm looking at the wrong spell slot. I have fourth level spells.
The
I
meat
want this at third
tendrils
level.
wriggle hungrily. The blade gleams in the dark, and the bone chalk warriors definitely take note of this great and terrible device as it slashes your foe
There we
with
go.
force
That
damage.
is one.
Definitely fucking him up despite his rage. People call out, "Foul demon!" as they see this thing. And not everybody's calling that out, though. Some
10
people are
hits.
surprised.
No one cast that. You don't see me here. I'm just gonna go and continue to just like wait it out here. I guess I will send.
And wait, what's the 10 up top?
That's
the hit.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Oh yeah, this is the to hit.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I thought you called out like a 16 or 17 or something.
No.
I'm tripping. It
I was
lashes
about to
out.
say, if a 10 hits, like,
It
I
lashes
ain't
out
worried,
and slices through the dirt, and pebbles go flying. Yeah, it's definitely left an impression on them. And somebody cries out, "Venom sacks!" as they see the spectral Anorak illusion. As someone's like, "Is Shizuda back?" And then someone's like, "Shh, no, she's not. Shh."
Okay, and I'm. Yeah, I'll keep Lumi here for now. Never mind. Yeah, that's it.
So Merrick.
Lumi will take dodge though.
Merrick says, "Prepare to unleash the logs."
Dodge.
And yeah, so the hobgoblins are ready to roll these log traps the moment the time comes. App says, "Fire! Fire!" And a bunch of people run up with the like foul-smelling hooch, the lightning of the land, the moonshine. 3 bottles crash out as the very light night layer shift as broken
That's some
glass and
powerful
flames
hooch.
emerge.
Jeez.
Yeah. Fire and glass crash around the enemy position, Zion's position. And yeah.
Is Zion okay?
Yeah, Zion is fine.
Okay.
They know not to aim for the center of, the light they know their ally is in. So, yeah, there's burning hooch and broken glass on the field.
If they were aiming at Zion, they would have disadvantage.
That's true.
But
That's true.
Actually,
maybe-
no, they wouldn't because they're out of his light range.
They like minorly singe the enemy, but it looks like the fire is going to spread in some places
But
and
also-
continue to create problems.
Maybe if they miss Zion, they will instead hit the Bone Chalk Warriors right beside him. Beside it.
Yeah?
Yeah, at the bottom of the round, there is more action in the distance. Blades cross against blades. There is a grunting and a shoving, and you see in the distance an unhole rent into the sky as if though a sickly pale blue, and a beam of light, at least the width of a carriage, descends onto the battlefield, crashing down somewhere to the southwest. There's a hue and a cry, and you see the wall of fire go up.
Oh shit.
So the Bone Chalk Rangers near you, they're continuing to press in. This one quits their covered position and tries to, from the field, get a good angle. They can't quite. They scramble up here. That's their turn. This one steps out. They're trying to see Orochi. Orochi, I think that you would be able to shoot them if you wanted to, right?
Most likely, but
I would give
I don't
you.
know. That's like
I would
what,
give
5,
you.
10, 15 elevation difference.
The thing is,
And
like,
90 feet?
you're 5 feet back from the ledge. I think
Mhm.
your torso and up are visible. I'll give you 2 AC of cover from it.
Okay.
The Bone Shock Ranger, poison rags their arrow, and then fires their bow.
Misses.
Yeah, thudding into the dirt below
Nice.
you.
Nice.
They cry out, "Kill the lightning shooter!" And
Jesus.
they
You
rush.
have
up.
names, you know.
They don't know them. The
But we
Bone
have
Hammer-
them.
The Bone Hammer says, "Blasphemer! What is this?" And just tries to swipe at the spiritual weapon, realizes this is in vain. Climbs up here. It's like a civil train. Oh. He's got the hammer up. He looks around, and he says, come out, wherever you are, shaman. I will tear you down and build your bones in an altar to the Bone Shock Bride." And he's gonna run past your spiritual weapon. He's gonna try and not trip in the dark. He's gonna get to here. He's gonna look around. He's like, "Whoa, whoa." The other Bone Shock warriors continue to go. The fire is spreading in the greenery around this guy, who tries to, like, in the chaos of the night, distracted but feeling fire on his leg, make like a desperate roll to extinguish himself. That doesn't go so well for him, as he continues to burn and roll off prone into the night. The Bone Shock warriors nearest Zion, like, this guy climbs up, feels fire, tries to make his way towards you, one hand up. The other guy comes up as well, and they're gonna go for the flanking attack with their great sword and great axe respectively. They have disadvantage, but they have advantage from the flank, so it comes out in the wash. A regular attack from both. An 18 misses. A 21. What is your current AC?
24.
Okay, wait. You have the bonus on you, right? Like the shield or whatever.
No, I have
Nope.
a haste.
He has haste.
Oh shit! Yeah. Well,
Oh god!
Neither of them managed to strike a blow on
You
you. as
fucking
seem to
Matrix
Hey,
dodges that
reverberate and
shit.
vibrate through the air, in addition to the blinding liquid light pouring out from your exposed Warforged core.
We're gonna need to roll.
The Bone Shock warrior says, "Do not trust this fell light," and runs back
Okay.
here. Sees a vine and tries to, like, climb it in mid-combat. It doesn't go so hot. He winds up falling, and, like, he gets broken flaming glass in his ass from the
Ow.
fire below. He's like, ah!
Oh no! This
And
is just a bad day for
Yeah,
everyone.
the comedy of errors continues to ensue. This Bone Shock warrior seeing climbing's bad, running into the light is bad, but being a coward is worse. So YOLO. He's running in. He's fucking running in.
I like his moxie.
Yeah, the Bone Shock warrior shows his moxie by just trying to bring a great club crashing down on your noggin. As it happens, he does not score a crit. Probably the only way these fuckers are gonna scratch
How
you.
much did haste raise your AC by?
Ooh.
And
Okay,
yeah.
so that would have missed regardless.
Yep.
Yeah. Haste was not the thing that let him dodge, but
This Bone Shock warrior decides
I
he's
think
also
we have
gonna
to
go
roll
for
like
the
a
climb.
17 to meet its AC now.
This
God.
Bone Shock warrior climbs up, looks around, is on this, like, exposed plateau bit, and steps into the cover of this tree. Actually, he's gonna hold this cover because he's really concerned about fucking Hiroshi. And yeah, the Bone Shock warriors have sort of made their rush. Zion. They are here surrounding you, your Moonblood core exposed. Or your equipoised. Yeah. What are you doing? What you doing? The liquid light is all around you. Weapons swinging in the dirt. Your armor vibrating off, buffeting every possible hit.
Alright. I will aim for the already damaged one.
Mm-hmm.
Just give him a good punch and
You strike him square in the jaw. You send him rocking back with a spew of teeth and blood. He cries out, head rocking back. Ah!
And another. Probably not.
And your next one swings wide as he's ready and positions his great club to take the blow, knocking it to the side. Your armor is reverberating too fast to be contained. Thunder
And
cracking
because
left
of
and right.
haste. Oh.
Damn.
The movement again loses you as you feel a screw loose, and you swipe wildly, losing composure, and the Bone Chalk Warrior dances around, blinded but still hearing your thunder gauntlets coming, whirring through the night.
And do I even need to do this? Bonus action, Shield of Faith? I'm at 26 AC.
My God, that's
Why?
That's
Why?
filthy.
Why
It's really
not?
funny.
X?
With shield, he breaks 30 AC.
So Zion, that's your turn, right?
Yeah, that's my turn.
It is Tento's turn.
Then this is gonna shoot this berserk. Well, I forget. Is reloading a main action or a bonus action?
It's a main unless you have a way to make it faster.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
For the gun, I think. For like loading property weapons like crossbows,
yeah.
it just limits you to 1 per. But yeah, for this, you have to spend an action.
Loading in general is part of the attack action, except for loading properties and that gun specifically.
You have to like pop out the thing in the back and jam a new one in. So yeah, what are you gonna do, Tento? You see the Bonehammer Berserker. Oh, well,
I have to reload. Not really in a good spot here. Just can't do much. I don't have any more arrows, you two. I guess.
I mean, there's arrows around in like
I
arrow
guess,
holders people are drawing from.
Guess I'll just reload, and yeah, I'll just reload, and can't really do much else after that.
All right, you're holding that position, reloading. That's your
Yeah.
turn. All right.
You could have also readied an action for if someone comes by you.
With my bonus action?
Oh, bonus action? No.
Yeah, reloading is my main action. That's why.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Like instead of reloading, you might you also had the option if you think that would be better spent.
Alright,
You pop out the back, you slam a new set of crystals into the Dwarvish Divine Discharger, and Orochi, you look down upon the fray. Diane is presently holding down this wave.
Look at G.
I'm gonna
He was
come
boss.
here. I don't know if I can stand here or not. If I can just come here. Regardless, I'm gonna be in this line. And I'm gonna do a Torrent to Gustwind. Wait, can I do that without taking a burn? I cannot do
Are you trying to do it on the logs, or are you trying to do it like down at the enemies?
Oh, I'm trying to do it in this direction.
I
I'm
don't
trying
think
to
he's
push
trying
these
to.
guys.
Yeah.
Push
He's not
both
trying to
these
build
guys
on
into the
rocks.
fire.
All right. The
I'm
Bone
gonna
Chalk
use-
Ranger is up against like a ledge, so they'll get advantage on this. And the Bonehammer Berserker is getting advantage on the Strength save because presently raging.
Alright. I'm gonna use one of my internal buffers to eat one of the point of burns to do Torrent Gust.
Mm-hmm.
So, Torrent Gust. A DC 16 deck save. And a same DC 16 strength save.
All right, and
Damn. I was so hoping the Berserker would fail.
well, the Berserker fails the dex, so they take the damage, right?
They both take 15 points of damage.
All right, except what's the type of damage?
This one is bludgeoning.
Okay, then that's going to be halved on the Berserker.
Yeah, because it needs to be wind for me to use gusting.
Yeah, so the wind gusts down. The Bone Chalk Ranger is pretty fucked up despite his good cover. And
And the ranger, unless he has an advantage on the strength save,
no,
he's pushed back.
He's knocked back into the fire. and it sets him down at 0 game. He's buffeted by the wind. He lands like, oh, he lands. His back cracks into broken glass, and fire rolls around. He's like, oh, ah, ah, and his flaming body rolls off of the cliffside into the growth below, on fire, bleeding from the many glass wounds back.
All right. So that took 35 feet of movement. I don't know. How tall is this building? Oops.
7 feet tall. Call it like 5 for D&D purposes.
Can I go? I can't quite move my character token in there, but I don't know if I should. I'm gonna be on the roof, like in this position, but the square to the north.
Okay, yeah. I'll put you like
and kind of like
a
not
little back
like
to
prone,
the-
but like yeah. But I'm gonna be using this extra elevation, trying to get cover from that one asshole trying to look at me.
Right. Not quite prone, but you want to be like crouched on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's 7 out of 8 turns left.
All
That's my
right.
turn.
That's Lonnie's turn.
There
Lonnie.
was a white pillar to the south entrance.
Yep.
How
A
far
huge
is
beam
that?
of light. How far is it?
Far, right?
Over 1,000 feet. I can get you a precise number if you'd like.
No, it's okay. Okay, yeah.
It's
Damn.
it's 1,600 feet from you, and you don't have direct line of sight on it. It's more you saw the beam come down.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, I guess we didn't really bait him over here. We kind of forgot about that part. Well, she's just gonna peek out and move the weapon by the berserker. And swing again. This is third level.
Yeah, the weapon rises up, and as if though a great pendulum set to swing down to his body, hacks up into him.
Whoops. Ignore that.
Yeah, it strikes him with a nice 6 and 9 of force, and it seems to almost like tear and eat at his flesh as he screams in pain and torment. And if anyone's witnessing
am I
this right
using
now, they might be
this?
pretty impressed. But unfortunately, the Equipoise Moonblood Core is presently like keeping most people from seeing it, or their eyes are on Orochi. So that's Lonnie's bonus action.
Yeah,
I believe.
I think that's all I can. Do I want to go on Black People? Yeah, that's all she's going to do. She'll ready an action, melee action. If he does end up finding her in here,
All right. Merrick says slingers,
and Lumi will dodge again.
and some like rocks plink about. One of the dudes facing off with Zion takes a whap to the back of the head, and some blood comes out of his ear. He keeps fighting. Sap says, spears down, forward. We hold the line here. This is Tordahn's finest hour. As the people of the village kind of like get in close, spears face south, taking their booties. It is the Bone Chalk Ranger's turns. This fella can't get a sight at his quarry, Orochi. So, he's going to step up here and he's going to be like, ah, fuck it. And he's just going to fire into this melee while he is blinded. Just in hopes of hitting the enemy at disadvantage. Yeah, crazy. So, I think 27 hits. Do you want to do anything about that guy?
Nah.
Alright.
I think Zion can take one
Miraculously,
hit,
an arrow slides through your guard, delivering 7 piercing as the blue glow beneath your armor dims a little, and your temp HP is all but wiped out. It is the Bonehammer Berserker's turn.
It
He
still hasn't actually hurt Zion.
really wants to take out the enemy. He really wants to take out the source of this, but he doesn't know where that source is. Tento, you stealthed. You haven't shot since you stealthed, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. The Bonehammer Berserker moves over here. You're hidden in a ditch. He doesn't see you. He bonus action taps aggressive.
What?
He runs up to the line, and a row of spears breaks out to meet him. He is punctured and bleeds slightly from this. But the rage means he shrugs off most. He
they did better than I thought.
brings up his hammer and brings it crashing down upon first the nearby hobgoblin,
Ooh.
with a sickening crack as the twisted hobgoblin falls to the ground.
I'm sorry.
And then teeing up his next swiping blow, he goes for the goblin dead ahead of him. Dead being the operative
Jeez.
word, as his head is hewn from his fucking body, and it spins, blood splattering everywhere. And Coates Sap, who has never truly stood beside a man in the line and died before, done so now. Yeah, there's more people with spears behind. It's not clear how quickly they're going to fill in after that display. That's the Bonehammer Berserker's full turn, though. The Bone Chalk Warriors, two of them were clown carring and managed to get back up, gather themselves, stand over here, and say, "We need to push forward. That Blade Hut Warrior's in the way. We need someone to push through." And the Bone Chalk Ranger says, "Stop your fussing and fight." Meanwhile, the Bone Chalk Warriors go and try and like whack-a-mole in turn Zion, and his great comedy of errors, his great axe, great club, and great sword attack you. All of them have the disadvantage evened out. None of them break your AC as they cut into the dirt.
Jesus.
This Bone Chalk Warrior saw where Orochi went, and knows that Oroshi's like in cover. He doesn't have the biggest elevation difference, but he's not going for you yet. He runs up to these vines, and he's trying to make a runner of it. It's like it's not a great situation for him. He's having to like push into these vines and climb up. He winds up entangled in them in the process. Fuck! I should have just taken the damn. Zion, it is your turn. You are once again surrounded by the Bone Chalk Warriors.
I'll just continue beating down on the one that I was hitting earlier.
That is a direct blow. You buff it, you feel a rib crack under the Thunder Gauntlets. Boom! He's holding himself up, but just barely.
Again?
Another crack lands upon him, this time dead to his solar plexus. He is bounced back and hits the dirt, stone cold.
Not dead, right?
Unconscious. You were
Okay.
going for the non-lethal.
Yes, non-lethal. And I'll turn around to my right, and with the hasted action, I'll give him a swing.
Damn. Look at Kai
Yeah,
go.
you bop
Fucking
him
knocking
hard.
heads.
You basically do like a robot 180-degree twist around, and your fist just slams him into the side of the head. And he has blood coming out of his right ear from the sling that got hit earlier from Merrick's boy. Now, a row of teeth go flying, blood everywhere. His face is deeply dented.
And then bonus action, I'll just re-up my temp HP.
What little progress had been made against even your blue glowing wards within is now evaporated as the Bone Chalk Warriors see an unbeatable foe, and someone cries out, "This Blade Warrior!" We cannot harm him with our weapons. What even is it? A construct? A beast?
But you did harm me. Look at this arrow.
He's pointing at the arrow inside him.
And
pointing.
one says, "This creature mocks us. It has a
No,
great
I'm just
spirit."
pointing out the fact. It's a fact.
Alright, so Tento, Zion, that's your turn, right?
Yeah, that's my turn.
Roll an intelligence roll, just like get a straight int check from 120L to operate the catapult. Tento, yeah, another Tragushi goes, moo! And someone's like, "You're supposed to kill them first!" And there's terrible, un-PETA acknowledged war crime. There's a splatter of blood in the south. The firewall is up. Tento, you have your Dwarvish Divine Discharger fully loaded. You are hidden in the shadow. The Bonehammer Berserker is ripping open the line.
Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna shoot that guy then.
You have advantage because you're hidden.
Yeah.
I think that deals a sneak attack, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he's not resistant to... Oh, wait a minute. What type of damage does sneak attack deal?
I
Same
think it's
as
whatever
attack.
the
Here's the thing. The Bone Shock Rage does make him resistant to Radiant.
Oof.
What?
So
So that's like 15, 16,
I mean, it's
16.
yeah, 32 divided by 2, indeed
16.
16. He
I
looks
should just
like
fucking meleeed
if
him.
it weren't for the
God damn
rage,
it.
he'd almost be down. You sear his side. A beam of light cuts through the night, cuts open between two of his ribs. A laser rips him open. He turns around and says, "What is this? Why is the light against me?" And he's like, he sees you, and he says, "You die next." And in this moment, Sal's like, "No, no, no!" And like you do see people rushing in with the Bonehammer Berserkers, flank exposed, trying to stab him with their spears.
On the bright side, it's good to remember that he's resistant to radiant.
So
Yeah.
that's the Tento Turnto, right?
I don't think I want to stand here while he's really mad.
You are
So
exposed now.
Yeah. He's gonna run up this hill.
Well, the thing is, oh wait, so does your thing about natural difficult terrain mean you can just scootily boop up like a little ledge?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
As long as it's not magical.
You whoop your way up here, right
Oh.
quick.
I think that's how that works.
Is it not?
Well,
It's with
it's
undergrowth and
it's,
stuff,
it's
right?
not. Wait, okay, in this instance, here's what I'm gonna say. Because there's a bush there, I'm gonna say you like step up into the root of the bush. We could address the technicalities of that ability at a later date.
Alright.
But for now, there's a plausible explanation for Timberwalk's application. He is also only 5 feet up, so technically speaking, the Bonehammer Berserker could walk up. Tendo, that's your turn, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think difficult terrain is technically different than climbing.
Yeah. Zeroshi, it's your
Oh,
Still
turn.
have
then
a
I have
bonus action to dash.
Oh, then
Yeah, you still have your bonus action dash either way, so
I say,
Tento
if we
gets
have-
up here either way.
Unless
If
you
we
wanted to
have-
hide.
if we have
with
problems with
bonus.
me climbing, then I have second story footwork that helps me climb while expending extra
Yeah.
action.
Yeah, I thought you had something else. That's why I
Yeah.
haven't been commenting on it. Did you want to use your bonus action or something then? Unless
Can I
that
sneak?
was
Is
used?
that
Yeah,
how
he-
enraged is he?
Yeah, I mean he's pissed as fuck and he's coming for you, but you could dive in your ass in that bush. It's technically speaking a thing to hide behind.
I don't know why I keep saying I have heavy armor. I still don't know how
You
to
hide
fix
with a
that stupid
19.
thing. Yeah.
Orochi, it is your turn. You are crouched on the lip of this small house's roof, and you see the chaos of battle below you. What do you want to do?
Do I have a line of sight of this berserker?
The thing is, you're a bit crouched to not see things that are down, but he's up on the level of the house. I think so. I think you can see.
Okay. I mean, I will stand if it needs be, but
I think for a
I'm
clean
going-
shot, you might need to stand. Otherwise, you could get slight cover.
oh, that's fine. I'll stand. I'm gonna stand, use my movement to power up, and do a simple composite blast. Nothing
Lightning and
attached
wind
to it.
crackle around you. as you shoot out a blast.
Ooh. Nice.
Strike him in the
I don't know if
side.
it matters, but half of this is lightning damage, half of this is bludgeoning.
It
That does matter.
does, but you go from definitely killing him to killing him by over 3 than you needed. He's struck down, singed in the side, as people cry out,
Like,
"The
I knew he
Berserker
was
is
resistant
dead!
to bludgeoning.
The Berserker is dead!" Yeah.
And I scream out, "And you're next!"
Yeah, it's Lonnie's turn. Lonnie.
As you're crouched on a roof.
Oh, I'm not cross anymore.
Lonnie, what's the play?
Sorry, Lee, real quick. I'm going to. Oh God. Maybe I
Yeah.
shouldn't move myself. Oh, well, I'm in the building now. I was gonna move up in this position.
Okay, but you're still like atop the roof, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Wait, I thought you used your move to power up.
Oh fuck, you're right. Sorry, I did not move.
Okay, so you have to hold right here, right?
I have to hold right
You are
there.
stood right in the dead center of this building, and you've just killed the Bonehammer Berserker.
Thank you, guy. I forgot. I did power up to do a composite.
Lonnie, it's your turn. From what you're getting from the mean lock, you're given to understand that most of the orcs that it was harassing have given up and left the orchard, but it's still tangoing with like 3 or 4 of them. What do you want to do?
I'm just gonna move this over here. It can only move 20 feet. So just gonna inch its way closer to.
It like menacingly
Okay.
slides through the night, and one of them like looks up and says, "What is that? That arm of hell? It floats before me, and yet the power." And one of them like looks over and says, "Is that weapon evil or divine?" And they begin to have a theological powwow about that.
Yeah, good time to do that.
So,
It just like just sits there and distracts them.
so- yeah, Lonnie, that's your turn. No, it's not your turn at all. It's a bonus action.
I'm gonna peek out the. I don't peek out the door. I don't know if he's gonna have any cover or anything from this, but I'm going to radiant sacred flame.
Oh well, Sacred Flame ignores cover. So,
As it
Oh,
comes
yeah.
from the
Excellent.
sky.
and he's at disadvantage because he's entangled in the vines. So yeah, it crashes down from above. The light sears him.
He's
and
not having a good time.
He's like, the light from above. And someone says, weak, lesser. See how they would challenge the Bone Shark. Ooh, ooh. And someone begins to beat their greatsword against something wooden and cry out, Dragor 12 touched. Dragor 12 touched. They challenge your divinity. Yeah, that is a beam of light that descends from the sky. This is a night battle. People definitely saw that.
Yeah, sure. Totally challenging. Yeah, come over here.
I mean, they've also seen lightning going off in the middle of the night too.
Yeah, but that's not light from the sky, Shin.
It's not radiant
Really?
light.
Yeah, it's not radiant light from the sky, Shin. Jeez.
I mean, they are aware of the lightning. They've noticed the lightning. People are probably gonna do something. I'm just throwing things out there. Lonnie, yeah. So that's
I am-
Notice me too.
a little confused about my sight right now because I can also like see this whole half of the map.
Yeah,
I don't think it's because of the eye.
It's because you have control over Zion.
No, it's because
No, I don't have control over
I
Zion.
turn on daylight mode. You guys can see everything. It's just if something's basically the quote unquote like night battle vision that
Okay.
I'm going with here is if you're shooting outside your dark vision's range, like a weapon attack of some
Yeah.
sort, you'll have to suffer disadvantage on that attack. For reference, though, that won't apply to your spiritual weapon because it just seek kill.
Yeah, I'm just like trying to figure out the whatchamacallit, like what I can see out this building. It's fine.
Oh,
yeah,
you
I
mean like
guess I'll-
the arc of what you can see?
Yeah.
I can control L your token and figure.
Oh
that
yeah,
out
that's
for you.
why I was like the door should be fine. I think.
Yeah,
So,
you've got
yeah.
vision on that guy. The only
Yeah.
other orcs you see from here are technically speaking these two, but they're behind a 5-foot and then down a 10-foot drop. So honestly, you don't have line of sight on these two guys.
Oh, then am I even aware that these guys are around Zion? Because I've been camping out here this whole time.
You see the liquid light out in the night, and you hear them. But yeah, camping out there, I think you would see this guy.
Okay. Okay, then
Um,
yeah. Cool. Then that doesn't change anything I do. Lumi's just gonna continue to dodge in the worst case scenario, and that's my turn.
All right.
I presume those two are like dead.
Eric says, "Slingers!" And rocks fly and clatter about. Nothing very meaningful. Zap's like, "Get in the line! Get in the line! The berserker is dead! Orochi is slaying the berserker!" And everyone's like, "Woo! Orochi in victory! Orochi in death!" And
Oh god.
Roshi and death?
yeah, Bugbear steps up, picks up the hammer, raises it over their head, and just lets out a guttural, "Ooh, ooh, ooh! Tordahn! Get the door!" And a huge cry
They're
of
really
"Get the
getting into
door"
it.
goes up as the Aurorii step forward to defend their home.
Could be worse things that they're getting into, I guess.
Yeah, you're right.
Ook, 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 ook.
Together strong.
And so the Bone Shock Ranger, kind of sees that this. Actually, the Bone Shock Ranger has a mark on Orochi, rags up his fucking arrow, sees you floating there, Super Saiyan, casting down the lightning, and just thinking like, "Ah, yes. In the hour you think is your greatest victory, you shall be laying low with my carefully planned blow." And
I hate that.
and with his arrow ragged up, he pops the shot. Does that with your projectile protection, does that hit?
Do I get any kind of cover advantage from it being, what is that, 5, 10, 15?
So here's
25
the thing.
feet up.
He steps back for like a clear shot. The thing is, you're stood on top of a building.
Mm-hmm.
And like when you were in your crouched position, this would have been hard for him. But you stood up right in the middle.
Oh,
If you'd been
Yeah,
back here
that's-
or crouched, he would not have been able to do that.
but yeah, this hits on.
All right. You take 8 piercing, and you make me the con save.
Oh, jeez.
The suspense.
Suspense.
Oh
Oof.
my god.
Yeah, you take an additional 1 poison
I rolled a
damage.
Well,
fucking
at least it's a
two.
one.
Poison until the end of next turn.
Well, the poison condition kind of sucks.
Yeah, it does.
The Bone
Yeah,
Shock
that's not too bad for
Ranger
me.
gets the hit and gives an order, in fact, and says to the survivors, peel back! Let the 12th touch handle their champions! This is the enemy Fook Gang!" And, yeah, he's gonna run back here. You can only get 30 feet. The Bone Hammer Berserker is fucking dead. The Bone Chalk Warriors, here are tired of getting clowned on, and they sprint behind this rock. These two, I mean, they believe this is the fight of their lives, and they'd rather die here than run away with their tails between their legs. A great axe swings, and oh.
Unfortunately,
just-
that 20 does. Oh wait, disadvantage though?
Oh, well,
right.
they have advantage.
Flanking.
So yeah,
Oh,
it's,
right. The
well,
flanking.
And he says, "I am honored to die before you, Plate Warrior, but you may die with me."
I love
Ka-chink.
how it's like you have the honor of dying with me.
It hacks down, winds up between
probably
two
not
bits
gonna get past this.
of
10.
Zion's armor, and by an unfortunate miraculous working of how they're both vibrating together, the plates clinch one another, and like the fact
Damn.
you're vibrating that fast
Yeah.
rips up your own shoulder as you take 20 slashing damage.
Damn.
The Bone Shock
12
Warrior
into
over
HP is not too
here
bad.
Yeah.
says, "I'll cleave your helmet and use it as my favorite goblet." Oh! And he swings for your head with his great club with great gusto. 19 is not hitting this day, though.
You are not. You're not great as a warrior.
Yeah, so as this happens, there is sort of like a fire. So like you hear the buffeting of the wind, right? And you think the orcs have run through the firewall and been buffeted back into it, it looks like they're doing really poorly. You don't have like an overland vision of how the fight's playing out right now. But you do see Orochi, as you like twist with like the poison deep in the wound, like fuck. You look to your side. You see two glowing white lights in the night. Moving, shifting as if though eyes. And you see a glowing dawback somewhere behind that, held aloft, calling out. Send out your champions. Let us finish this. Fukang gegen Fukang. Show us your metal, peasants. Show us your tricks. Show us your petty clerics. Come and lay them before the bone shock. And it looks like some people are moving around. It's gonna take them a while to get here. You're over 1,000 feet away, but they're moving along the hillside with great speed and intent. And yeah, I think at 12:50, 10 minutes from 1 a.m., I probably have to call this. But the Battle of Tordahn Village is good and begun. I was afraid we wouldn't even get to the fucking fight tonight. I was like, I gotta guess. It's been like 3 episodes of wind up. We gotta get the fight. Thank you for the raid, lollygaggers. Thank you for coming through, all of us, all of our dreamers. Let's do a quick bit of feedback phase, and then we'll call it. Casey, how you feeling?
Yeah, it was fun. It's cool to see like how our plans play out. I don't know, just like overall pretty solid. I can't think of anything like super outstanding right now, because like a lot happened, but at the same time very little, which like I think is just natural for like this type of episode. It's not necessarily a bad thing. But yeah, your dream sequences are always like super trippy and cool, and very excited but also kind of terrified to see what this guy is gonna bring to the table and how this fight's gonna go. It's kind of cool how it's like a bit of a warm-up fight, although this warm-up apparently fucked some of us up already. I know, they thought that, you know, they would have the main force at the front of the gate, so that's why he went there first. Makes sense. Kind of cool to see how that played out. So yeah, looking forward to totally none of us dying, no more deaths, and us winning with no struggle whatsoever, right?
Yeah. Yep. That's
also looking forward to higher rolls, hopefully, except for on their side.
Yeah. Alright, so nice. I believe we are now going to go to
Well, I wasn't here for the majority of the session, but the fight is fun. Having 26 AC is pretty boss.
God, you are unstoppable.
Fucking killing me.
Except I not 20.
I'd like to see how the Trigushi launcher is doing. Like some
pride and
updates
joy.
on that, you know.
Yeah, we'll check in with because like before you got here, a boulder solid hit an enemy squad. So
Nice. All right, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to fighting the main fuck gang of their army, their group.
Yeah.
That's it from me.
very nice. Can't win.
Hi. Oh man, that dream sequence is trippy. I hope I figure out what the fuck to do with it. Cause I was like, am I missing
Welcome
something?
to my life.
I was like, am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something, but I'm not sure, and I'm excited to see what happens next with it.
Me every time the party takes a long rest.
What the fuck is happening here?
What is going on?
I'm spreading the love.
Yeah, but that was a lot of fun. Lots of fun RP moments.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think that's it for me. Actually, no, it's just a fun RP session. Glad we're finally getting to the fight.
Yeah. Very nice.
And yeah, no, that's it.
Jin.
First, I apologize for stepping away so often.
Oh, good.
But
It's
in
not
terms
accepted,
of
but
the
it's
session
fine.
today, I thought it was a really good session. There were a few slow parts, but it was they were overall still good, and it was like, I guess, like worth the wait, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
I enjoyed everyone's RP. I enjoyed that you take like extra time to like listen to what we want to do, incorporate it into a realistic way, and then execute it for us. And I appreciate like all the extra effort, all that is when we kind of throw our plan at you.
Yeah. I was like, hmm? Question mark, question mark, question mark. But it worked out well. I mean, it all makes sense.
And all like the your feedback and advice as we're like brainstorming ideas and stuff, giving us like extra information to like help answer like our questions without like just giving it away.
Yeah.
I always enjoy seeing Zion just tank everything, and my
Jesus.
go-to has been Tento for haste, but that might change.
I can't compare it to like 30 armor. You know, that's reasonable.
Although haste with you and that door's discharge is also pretty boss.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall it's a really good session. I enjoyed it a lot.
Yay. Yeah. Alright. Alright. I think that we're gonna go rate our friends over on the initiative order. But yeah, I hope everybody had a great stream. Thank you all you guys for coming through. Thank you, Dreamers, for coming out. Tordahn Village Battle Part 2. There are a few surprises in store. And maybe something about that dream sequence is gonna come out. But yeah, until next time, Dreamers. Remember, we're back with some Change Stars, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Thursday. Raiden. Stacking up, stacking up. Pop on the raid.